Innovation, connection, opportunities.
Convening, aspirational and exciting.
A catalyst of cooperative solutions.
Coordination, opportunities, equity.
Collaboration, capacity development, and tools and data sharing.
GEO is progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. May you kindly please start taking your seats. The official plenary will begin shortly. Thank you very much.
Collaborative, creative, and convener.
Where your dreams come true and where great ideas and collaborations create great solutions.
So the power of GEO is consensus and innovation blended together.
We are expecting better coordination of the universe of initiatives that GEO encompasses.
I expect more impact. The potential is enormous. We need to help more people to unlock it. I would like to see more awareness. People need to understand the connections and see how Earth observations is helping their lives.
My expectation of the future GEO is GEO being a pillar of the EO community.
I think I would like to see GEO take the really good work it's done over the past 20 years, look at how to upscale that.
To be able to push together these priority projects that we need to have in the region.
GEO vision for the future includes nature-based solutions, even providing more support for the activities that we're interested in doing with our community, right from space, right to the shovels on the ground.
Projects cannot move only with government funding, so we need the private organizations coming in, helping in moving things forward.
The success of GEO is in sharing capabilities, sharing knowledge. I see GEO leading the innovation.
I'd really like GEO to focus on including the academic and research constituents across the world. The second thing I want them to focus on is on that SMME development. And the third request is to continue with their strong awareness campaigns to government.
GEO should do more to let the people understand the value of GEO, especially in the developed world, where people are now trying to start to try things.
I would like GEO to continue to be the open dialogue platform that it has always been.
I wish GEO could promote the realization of the value of Earth observations in a way that no other organization can replace us.
It is crucial to continue strengthening the capacity development and explore new ways to reach even more stakeholders.
I think GEO will also be more outcome focused, really looking at impactful actions by thinking outside the box, to be more inclusive across sectors, whether it's private sector, government, academia, nonprofits. We all need to work together to leverage each one of our strengths to the benefit of all.
Together, we are stronger.
Now to Canada, where about 1,000 wildfires continue to devastate the country.
1/3 of Pakistan remains underwater, more than a week after the deadliest floods that country has ever seen.
Authorities in Libya say thousands are dead there after a massive storm flooded coastal communities.
Today, the Earth is facing a triple planetary crisis: climate disruption, nature and biodiversity loss, pollution and waste.
Across the globe, we bear witness to this devastating crisis. But amidst all of this chaos, there is still hope, a beacon of collaboration and unity. With the support of numerous governments, businesses, and civil society organizations, the vital contributions of local communities and indigenous peoples, and the minds of thousands of dedicated scientists, we've formed a collaborative force. We are GEO, the group on Earth observations, working tirelessly to act and save our planet. Bridging generational gaps and working across disciplines, we tackle the Earth's interconnected challenges. As the world's observers, we believe that shared, open data can truly save lives. In Uganda, local wisdom, boosted by GEO's open data and insights, has empowered farmers to ensure food security and prosperity in the region. In Honduras, our shared collaborative efforts have fortified communities against the wrath of hurricanes, turning open data into transformative, actionable strategies. In China, blending remote sensing technology and international collaboration, under GEO's guidance, we've crafted an innovative pest and disease monitoring system that reduces vegetation threats, secures food supply, and fosters richer biodiversity across regions. But our impact doesn't stop there. Time and again, open data has been the silent hero, promoting equity, saving lives, and preserving nature. From mitigating climate change to conserving biodiversity, GEO's open data-driven approach is making a tangible difference. In a world where challenges can seem overwhelming, the power of sharing and collaboration shines through. Through GEO, we're not just observing the Earth, we're translating its narrative and aiming to reduce the digital divide, to foster equity by bringing Earth observations to everyone. Join us, share, collaborate, and be part of the solution. Only together can we write a brighter future for our planet.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more, a very good morning to you. May you please take your seats. Proceedings will commence shortly. Thank you.
这非常太小了，而且跟不上，够不上这个国际GEO的。我们中国啥会这个？现在在德清的那个测绘地上，比这规模高多了。对。 真是掉份儿，叫中国办，了不得。跟我好像说下次是不是就想要？因为下次是应该是中国是执行中心办，对。这舞跳的不容易，奔板儿脑袋晃，就是他抬脑子晃悠。 这来了，他这个我认识你，肯定没有咱们至少咱们没有。我认识吴市长，要不要给我给你介绍介绍？ 我认识这部的吴师长，要不要我给你介绍介绍？
非常。
Now to Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you once again. May I please take this opportunity to ask the co-chairs to take their positions on stage alongside the Deputy Minister. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Shortly, we will begin. Hello? There's a call coming in. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, yes, this is Ayanda. Yes, I'm at GEO plenary. They all seem to be here. Yeah, they're all here. You have a message for them? I'll take the message. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, okay. I'll tell them. All right, thank you. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I just got off a call from Earth. And Earth wanted me to tell you that she has a lot to say. Ladies and gentlemen, well, you see, Earth is talking, and it's time we listen. We need to pay attention. And I think now is the time, the place, and the opportunity for us to listen, because Earth is talking. My name is Ayanda Ali. I'm an author, an artist, an activist, but today I have the privilege and the honor of being your program director. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time, and welcome to GEO 19 Plenary. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Absolutely. And with that, we say good morning, bonjour, como estás, o jambo. In South Africa, we say dumelang, molweni, sanbonani. welcome to the land of the Rugby World Cup champions. Do we have any delegates from New Zealand in the house today? I'm only joking. You are all welcome, one and all, and we thank you for coming. Deputy Minister, co-chairs, distinguished delegates, please consider yourselves welcome, and we thank you. It's going to be an absolutely amazing 2 days because we are going to delve into a diverse agenda featuring discussions and collaborations that will really reaffirm the vision for a world where trusted Earth intelligence is universally accessible, that it empowers society to achieve a sustainable future. And this, of course, will shape the future of the Group on Earth Observations. Our speakers, our panelists here today, they'll share insights and strategies aimed at achieving GEO's post-2025 strategy. Together, you and I will explore initiatives such as the Global Ecosystems Atlas, as well as Global Heat Resilience Service. Now, this offers a glimpse into what the future has in store for us, where data and technology serve as powerful tools for positive change. I don't know about you, but that definitely is exciting, it is encouraging, and it inspires. You will unpack GEO achievements and innovative initiatives. We'll also be coordinating between the global, the national, and other levels. Of course, important GEO plenary work will also be underway. So, as we embark on this journey, let's really reflect, let's introspect, let's be inspired by the potential for transformative change. Of course, you're not going to be innocent bystanders in all of this. There's no one who's going to be just sitting passively receiving information. You have to participate. Your perspectives, your input, your own experiences, they are vital contributions. They are invaluable as we work towards a future that is sustainable, that is equitable, and that is inclusive. So, with all that said, for the opening session, we'll be beginning with an opening word from the lead GEO co-chair, Mboneni Mofe, who is also the Deputy Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation here in South Africa. May we please welcome the co-chair with a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. I can see people, but I can't hear voices. I understand that the theme of this meeting this week is Earth Talks, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't respond when I say good morning. Good morning. Honorable Butimana Mera, our Deputy Minister for Higher Education, Science and Innovation here in South Africa. We are quite honored to have you here today. It feels like a rehash of Canberra in 2019, where you led our delegation to the Ministerial, where we have made certain promises, which promises today we want to provide an update on in terms of how that has gone. The fellow co-chairs of the Group on Earth Observation, representing the People's Republic of China, the European Commission representing the European Union, the United States of America, the Executive Committee of GEO. We are here today to contract a number of years together in terms of coming to report back to you as the GEO plenary, because you have made us represent you in making sure that the business of GEO during the course of the year before the plenary is actually conducted and conducted properly. So the first aspect is that we are here to report to you on the mandate that you have asked us to carry since Accra, Ghana in 2022. But we are also, as I've already indicated, coming to report to you about what we have done since Canberra 4 years ago. There were a number of priorities that were set, and when we reflect on that period, it shows whether we are able to make progress or not on the commitments that our political principles have directed us to do. And another very interesting aspect is that we actually are closing almost an era of the Mexico City strategy that was adopted for GEO to run from 2016 up to 2025. And when we close that era, we pretty much do so having not forgotten that there is indeed an era that we need to account for so that we can be able to plan for the future. So that makes, again, this gathering today very special. Now, we are gathered under the theme, The Earth Talks, and the Earth is talking in very many ways. It talks through the biodiversity, and when the plants have got a message to tell us, they will say it, and when they realize that we don't listen or when we don't respond, some of them decide to die. And in scientific terms, we say they have gone extinct. The same happens to animals. And then the earth also talks through its soils. We see the degradation of soils and everything, and when the soil is tired of talking to us and we don't listen, it stops being productive and producing food for us. And then we have to deal with issues of food security. The earth continues to speak. And when the rivers are tired of talking to us and they haven't been listened to, they dry up. And we start seeing rivers flowing all sorts of pollutants as opposed to water. And the oceans speak to us, we don't listen, we see sea rises and submersion of cities. Just a few weeks ago, we have a couple of incidences around Cape Town where the ocean just decided it was just going to rise and submerge some of the roads and the buildings, destruction of infrastructure. Just before you arrived here, we were dealing with a sort of flooding. For those of you who might have flown from Johannesburg last night, you would also recall that there have been a bit of flooding that has been happening there. So the earth continues to talk. We have an option of continuing not to listen to it or to get into a dialogue, and that is called communication. Communication means something that is two-way. Because when the earth isn't being listened to, it reaches a point where the outcomes of us not listening can be very devastating to infrastructure, to people, and so on and so forth. So as we gather here, we need to be able to say, how do we start to listen using our most advanced technological prowess, coordinating of various aspects of our work, and then we can make sure that we indeed, one day when we are gone, are going to be able to say to ourselves that we have handed a healthy planet to those that are coming after us. This is the reason why we are here today. When the earth talks, let's listen. Because if we don't, nature will only respond the only way it knows. And we might not be there to tell the story of how it has reacted to not being listened to. So with those words, I want to say, even as we deliberate on the next 2 days in preparation for the ministers on Friday, that we are going to realize that it is our responsibility, including the young people that we have now drafted into working with us in appreciating the value of Earth observations, including the role that we are beginning to move into, of moving into what we call citizen science. How do we make sure that we bring in the citizens from all walks of life, rural, urban, slums, and so forth, to be able to help us use Earth observation data to plan and have the kind of Earth that we want. So thank you very much. I look forward to us continuing to engage further and to really build the level of cooperation and coordination that we require to do all we can to clean what we have done to this earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Just listening to your opening, I was reminded by the words, or about at least the words of anthropologist Margaret Mead, who says, never doubt that a small group of individuals can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. And looking across this room, I see that we're more than just a small group, so I have no doubt that change is possible and change is probable with the commitment that I see before me. We truly feel that the plenary is now open. But let us get a word of welcome now. It is a privilege and an honor for me to call upon Buti Manamela, South Africa's Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Program Director, and to the Deputy Director General, Dr. Mbonene Mwope, who is also the co-chair and GEO principal for South Africa, his fellow co-chairs from the United States, the People's Republic of China, and the European Commission, Dr. Stephen Vols, Dr. Louis Zishun, and Johanna Drake, heads of delegates of GEO member states, representatives of participating and associated organizations, delegates. It is, of course, my honor and privilege to welcome you to GEO Plenary 2023. It was around this time 4 years ago that I addressed this forum in Canberra, in Australia. And I think at the time we had just gotten the better of one of the teams, the English team, in the World Championship in Japan. And today, 4 years later, around the same time, unfortunately, we bloodied our friend's nose, New Zealand, to be crowned again the world champions of rugby. And we are all sitting on the edge of our seats, waiting in anticipation of the finals of the Cricket World Cup. So, when the World Cup finals was playing, I was part of a delegation, actually heading a delegation of vice chancellors and some officials from our department and from the sector education and training authorities. And we asked our ambassador to host us at the official residence, together with some of the South African students who are based in Beijing. And he gladly did so. Now, in China, big as it is, rugby is not a very big sport. So we battled to find an appropriate channel. So as we walked in, there was a big screen that was beaming the build-up to the match. but closer to when the match was starting, the connection started crumbling, and then we moved to a little bit of a smaller screen, which is the television screen. And again, the connection started crumbling. We couldn't get data from Paris to Beijing for us to see the match. When the match started, we were all on our phones, in one room, but all on our phones watching the match, each of us on their phone, whilst the ambassador was trying to scramble through for a reliable connection. And I think there may have been some hacking involved. I'm not confessing to any crime. We all wanted to see our country win. But that observation was important because as we're all anxious watching our screens, we all shared in a moment. And the moment being that we want to see our country win the World Cup. And of course, the ambassador ultimately managed to, gradually bring us back to the bigger screen, where we all shared in the victory. And I see, of course, the meeting in Canberra, but also the meeting here in South Africa, and previous other engagements at GEO level, us having started with this big vision, and all of us having to go back and be stuck in our own countries, make different observations, make different commitment, but use the data that we receive from GEO and translating it in terms of the impact that we may want to make in the globe. And of course, moving out of our countries into regions and ultimately into these global meetings for us to establish consensus. And the fact that we still are outside of these global sessions in our own countries does not mean that we're not connected by the different objectives that have been established at the establishment of GEO. And the fact that it is growing means that there is something that is right that we are doing, and I hope that we will continue to do so. In Canberra, we made a number of commitments to advance the work of GEO. We resolved to reconvene in 4 years to assess GEO's progress towards attaining the intended goals, objectives, and priorities that were established, and to also consider new challenges and themes to guide consideration of GEO's future beyond the term of the current strategic plan. Informed by the commitments made in Canberra, we are pleased to see the significant progress that has been made towards defining the direction of GEO in the 10 years post-2025. I must also commend the GEO community for the effort and commitment that they have put into creating the new post-2025 strategic direction, which aims to build upon the success of the past 2 decades of GEO's existence. Even more pleasing is the realization that today's GEO looks significantly different from the one that was formalized in 2005. And over this period, GEO has assumed a truly international character that emphasizes representation, inclusiveness, but also accessibility. Towards this end, we've taken the opportunity to strengthen the voices of developing island nations in GEO's governance and its activities. Further to this, regional GEOs have shown and grown and matured, expanding their reach to various marginalized communities and forming cross-regional collaborations. In Canberra, one of the other issues that was emphasized was the role of the private sector, as well as support for and involvement of small, medium, and micro enterprises. This is particularly important for us as the African continent. We're seeing many of our young people leading the rise of small and medium businesses in Earth observation in support of government priorities such as poverty alleviation, employment creation, and economic development. This is why it pleases us that as we move towards adopting the Cape Town Declaration at the end of this week. We would be doing so after having done a lot of work to create a platform for young people to express themselves on issues that are of concern not only to us, but also to them. The highly impressive achievements of young people in this regard demonstrate not only the value of Earth observations, but also the opportunities it presents to modernize various aspects of our economies, assisting in evidence-based decision and policy making and mitigation and response to devastating disasters. Equally impressive is that it is referred to as the incubators that you are introducing, and through such innovations, I'm confident that we will succeed in achieving our goals. We recognize that not every GEO member is equipped to deal with or respond to some of the most urgent environmental challenges of our time, but this is the very reason why GEO was established in the first place, to create a system that fosters access, sharing, training, capacitation, and mutual empowerment. One of the urgent challenges that informed the establishment of GEO is the issue of climate change, which, as you know, is wreaking havoc globally. We see hurricanes in the United States, earthquakes in Morocco, floodings in South Africa, China and India, and fires in Australia and Hawaii. No matter what level of development you define your country as, these are the realities that we all confront, and these are the realities we need to put our heads together in how we are going to deal with them. And some of them includes insect infestation and devastation of crops in East Africa and droughts in California, challenging the very being of our existence. The frequency and severity of these catastrophic events, destruction of the environment, properties, infrastructure, human lives, settlements, and generational disruption of lives, including displacement, is urgently concerning. The most logical response to all these environmental challenges is through coordinated responses, sharing of data, resources, and deployment of capable human capital in minimizing the impact of these disastrous incidents. And for this reason, we need to continue our focus on areas such as land, water, atmosphere, biodiversity, and climate monitoring, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development. We must focus on relevant and appropriate actions related to the Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. My reference to the success of our rugby team at the beginning of my remarks may easily come across as nothing but bragging, and yes, it is. While there may be some truth in this perception, there are, however, some invaluable lessons that we as GEO community can learn from the sport of rugby. Embodied in the sport of rugby are such elements as teamwork, as camaraderie, as resilience, as perseverance, and as selflessness. This, in my view, are the attributes that must define the character of the GEO community. Thank you for your attention. Welcome to South Africa. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Thank you for listening.
Indeed, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Your words remind me of an African adage that speaks about the importance of unity if objectives are to be reached. And I think you might know it in your language as well. It just simply says, one hand cannot wash itself. So you may have the soap, you may have the water, which in this case may be the ideas, the strategies, the solutions, but on your own, you cannot wash your hand. It needs the other to rub the soap together, to wash with the water, to lather it so that indeed the objectives of clean hands can be reached. And in this instance, if we are going to achieve the goals set out and we are going to listen as Earth is talking and respond appropriately, it is only through unity, it is only by working together. So thank you very much for that reminder. Now that we have been welcomed, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to hear from our GEO co-chairs. They'll be speaking from their seats in this order, please. Jing Zhao, DG National Remote Sensing Center, China. May we please give a round of applause just as I introduce our co-chairs, please. Thank you so much. We will then thereafter hear from Joanna Drake, Deputy Director General, Research and Innovation, European Commission. And last but most certainly not least, we will hear from Richard Spinrad, Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Administrator at United States. Thank you very much. Over to you, please.
Okay, distinguished co-chairs, Dr. Buti Manawela, Dr. Spring-Reed, and Dr. Drake, and Dr. Murphy, distinguished principals, GEO Secretariat Director, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great pleasure to be here, to join you here in Cape Town for exploring the global Earth observation capabilities and renewing GEO cooperation and our joint friendship. Commissioned by the Vice Minister of Science and Technology of China, Mr. Zhang Guangjun, on behalf of the National Remote Sensing Center, of course, on behalf of the Chinese delegation today, I'd like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the Department of Science and Innovation of South Africa for the thoughtful arrangement to make this event possible. Thank you. And my also thank go to the lead co-chair, Dr. Ambonini and Murphy, and Secretariat Director Ms. Jana Govagan and your team for your hard work. And also, I'd like to express warm congratulations on the convening of this plenary session today. Okay, it is an event for great significance as it marks the second time for GEO plenary to be held in South Africa. Let's remember, in 2007, China announced in South Africa that China will share the data of CBUS with Africa. In the past 16 years, the two sides have carried out cooperation on data reception and distribution, which serves as a role model of South-South cooperation. In August this year, our President Xi Jinping, also in South Africa, announced that China will explore the establishment of a BRICS Global Remote Sensing Satellite Data and Application Cooperation Platform under the BRICS Remote Sensing Satellite Constellation mechanism. Going forward, China will continue to work with international partners to promote data services which are more accessible, actionable, and helpful. Over the past years, China has, acting on the vision of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature, worked to promote sustainable development through Earth observation technology. We have established China-Africa Cooperation Center on satellite navigation, satellite remote sensing application, and provided nearly 40,000 high-resolution remote sensing images of Chinese natural resources to 23 countries in Africa. Shared 5-meter resolution, wideband, multispectral data covering 65 Belt and Road countries, released the world's first remote sensing atlas of urban nighttime lighting covering 147 cities in 105 5 countries, and provided data sets on global forest change, carbon loss, and carbon sequestration, Antarctic and Arctic sea ice thickness, and other topics through global ecosystem and environmental observation analysis research cooperation. This initiative have provided more substantive and credible data source for narrowing the digital divide and contributed to the global development with more effective and science-based information. In its sprint toward the 3rd decade, GEO has turned the vision of using Earth observation to inform decision-making and sustainable development into reality. In this era, where Earth observation technology is thriving and becomes deeply integrated with emerging information technologies, GEO introduces the concept of Earth intelligence in an effort to empower decision-making and action, and work together to build a community of all life on Earth and a clean, beautiful world. In the forthcoming days, I look forward to hear the views of representatives from policymakers, scientific and industrial communities, young people, and broader groups. Let's work together to write a new chapter in GEO's endeavor for its 3rd decade, and allow Earth observation to boost global prosperity and development. Finally, I wish the 19th plenary session of the GEO a full success. Thank you.
Very much. Let's hand over to Joanna Drake, please.
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the floor. Dear Deputy Minister, Dr. Monemi Imofe, fellow co-chairs, and esteemed GEO delegates, I believe in first things being first. So I want to really congratulate South Africa for their victory in World Rugby. And I think a round of applause again. Secondly, on behalf of the European Union and all our European friends and colleagues, I would like to express a very heartfelt thanks to our South African hosts for giving us such a friendly, such a warm, such a colorful welcome, and also a very organized outfit here. And I'm really impressed. We are all very impressed, and we're all very thankful. So thank you for that too. Third thought or feeling. I'd just like to say, what a feeling. In this world that seems to be more and more drifting apart, it is great to be here amongst friends from all over the globe, the US, China, Africa, and so many other countries who are all gathered here. Because GEO, at the end of the day, is a forum for peaceful collaboration, but at the same time, not shying away from using our brains, our data, to benefit the people of the world, of the whole world, and the planet. And we are here because not only the Earth is talking, it's because we want to listen to the Earth, and we want to respond to what it's saying. And that is what joins us up this morning and for the last 20 years. And as my Chinese colleague has just said, for the next decade and beyond. So the European Union fully shares and supports the values of GEO for free and open data sharing of environmental data. We are convinced that this is an important ingredient, I would say a key enabler, to support sustainable development. In Europe, we are lucky to have amazing Earth observation infrastructures in place. And we are happy to share the data, the services, and the insights that are produced with the world. There is, in the first place, of course, what you might already know about, which is the Copernicus system, the Earth observation component of the European Union's space program. Copernicus was conceived, designed, and implemented as the EU's contribution to GEO. With it, free and open data policy, Copernicus data and services have become integral tools in the GEO community. The recent launch of the new Copernicus data space ecosystem marks a significant development for the GEO community. It provides immediate access to vast quantities of open and free Copernicus data, including new and historical Sentinel images, as well as data from Copernicus contributing missions. The data strategy of the European Union will be a game changer in the way businesses and citizens will use data in Europe with global outreach. One component of it will be European data spaces. The European Green Deal data space, which is currently set up, will bring together data from various domains like agriculture, energy, and health. Together with Earth observation data, they aim to support the green and digital transition aimed for in the European Green Deal. Together with new technologies, including in particular artificial intelligence and machine learning, these fast evolving resources offer unprecedented possibilities to develop what we now call Earth intelligence in GEO. And we are very proud of that term, by the way. With our vital and innovative community in EuroGeo, we are ready to contribute to and implement the new GEO Post-25 strategy, about which you'll be hearing a lot more during the course of this day and tomorrow. Finally, let me thank our local hosts again for having invited us to hold the GEO plenary in this wonderful city in Cape Town, South Africa. I am deeply impressed by the excellent organization, the warm welcome that we have all received here, and we look forward sincerely to a constructive meeting, which will be a milestone in the next decade for GEO, and which we are endeavoring to embrace together whilst we consolidate our strengths to turn the corner and to achieve yet another crucial milestone in the evolution of GEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sprinrad, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Deputy Director General Mwofe, Deputy Minister Manamela, fellow members of the GEO plenary and the wider GEO community. Welcome all to the 19th GEO plenary. Protocol having been established, let me just express and add my appreciation and sincere gratitude to South Africa for hosting us here wonderfully in Cape Town. We obviously greatly appreciate the hospitality and the opportunity to visit your beautiful country. I will tell you, it's been 20 years since I've been to the country, and it's a real treat to be back here. I'd like to take a moment and call attention to a scientific field campaign that's studying patterns of biodiversity going on this month here in the Western Cape of South Africa. And I think as I talk about this, you'll understand the connection to the bigger issues we've described, and hopefully get a sense of how we take the very lofty strategic objectives that we have in the post-2025 strategy and the Ministerial Declaration and bring them to action. The area that I'm talking about around Cape Town, both marine and terrestrial, is one of the most biologically diverse areas in the world. The campaign, which is called Bioscape, is a collaborative effort between South Africa and the United States. And we especially want to thank South Africa's Department of Science and Innovation and the University of Cape Town for their participation and partnership in this campaign, along with numerous other organizations and universities who are contributing. The Bioscape information will support research as well as evidence-based, data-driven decision-making. And all of the Bioscape data products are free and openly available to all. As the GEO community, we have an important week ahead of us. The United States is excited about the GEO post-2025 strategy and the opportunity that it presents to our global community to enact change, to help people, and in many cases to actually save lives around the world using Earth observations. This new direction for GEO also has great potential for assisting all of us to meet the national contributions to large international treaties and to truly focus on co-development of work activities to assist in the most pressing environmental issues. The United States is actively supporting in-kind contributions to two GeoNexus activities, the Global Ecosystem Atlas and the Global Heat Resilience Service. I look forward to highlighting those activities at the upcoming Climate COP 28 in December, just next month. In addition to contributing to GEO, the United States benefits from our participation in GEO. Due to GEO over the past 20 years, we have created a national GEO, US GEO. This has been key for our country in coordinating Earth observation activities across 13 United States federal agencies. It leads to economies of scale, improved utilization of Earth observation data within the United States, and I look forward to hearing more about national GEO activities across the globe in other countries. At the regional level, within AmeriGEO, with my regional co-chairs from Peru and Paraguay, I'm pleased to note continued growth in collaborative GEO activities and training throughout the region, and I welcome the addition of a new member to our region in Trinidad and Tobago. We look forward to continuing to strengthen the relationship of GEO throughout the Caribbean with their help. As both the U.S. principal for GEO and our ministerial representative, I look forward to wholeheartedly endorsing the Ministerial Declaration and charging GEO with implementation of the post-2025 strategy. I look forward to diving into our robust agenda and having productive discussions on these important topics as a GEO community. And I would call on all of us to rally behind this new strategy and collectively look at how we can all focus on its implementation for the benefit of our global community. The time to act is now, the place to act is here, and the ones to act are us. Thank you.
My goodness, thank you so much, Mrs. Spinrad. I trust it won't be another 20 years before you next return to South Africa. We hope to see you soon after this. In isiXhosa, we say wamkelekile, which means you are welcome, and that is the local language here. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege and the honor of calling upon the GEO Secretariat Director, Jana Gevorgian, who will speak to us and welcome us officially. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her as well, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, co-chairs and the GEO family. Welcome to the Cape Floral Kingdom. I know some of you have joined us yesterday or the day before and weren't here with us during the opening ceremony. What a beautiful ceremony it was. But really the most precious things for me is that we find ourselves in this precious environment, world's international biodiversity hotspot. And I know some of you will make time to go and explore this unique environment and really take in and really translate the things we will be talking about that may sound techie sciencey into real life experience and connect that experience in real life with the conversations we're having today. Let's, for a minute, figure out how the slides work. There we go. Where did we leave off last year? Last year, 2022, we were in Ghana, and we all jumped on the bus. It was a bus that started a journey towards post-2025 GEO. Some of you may recognize yourselves on this bus. At the time, in Ghana, we only began to envision what future GEO could look like. What role we, as the Earth observation community, part of a vast data ecosystem, data community, could play in helping the world, the humanity, achieve sustainable future. We reflected on our past, we took stock of all our progress, and I think we were inspired by our very original bold vision back in 2005 when we, the Earth observation community, decided it was possible and necessary to move the world towards the culture of sharing Earth observation. And we really started on that journey of creating equity for all, making sure that those who didn't have sophisticated Earth observing systems could still gain access to quality, timely information about the Earth to make informed decisions. And we have been at it for 18 years. We have established and adopted data sharing principles on managing the data. We've been promoting them. But we have come a long way, and back in Ghana, we started to craft a strategy that went beyond data, that would bring Earth intelligence to everyone. But why are we here, and why this mission? Because we are here to care for the children. We are here to make sure that the children inherit a living planet. Planet can give food, water, and a place that we can call home. We are here especially for Madia's son, for Chen's son, for Miko's son, who will be born in 2 weeks. These are the children 2, 3 years old who are born into the climate crisis. They are said to be experiencing about 6 times more extreme events than we are experiencing today. You all recall your discomfort in this hottest summer of the year, on the record. These children will be experiencing heat that is 6.8 times more intense. We are here for them. Let that sink in and feel the responsibility that we are carrying. This community, the Earth observation community, has been keeping the pulse on the planet for decades. We have been monitoring our water bodies, forests, agricultural land, forecasting risks. We have been leveraging data, technology, citizen observations. Our communities have engaged young people around the world to put themselves on the map so that resources could be made available to them. We have been listening to the Earth. We should be hearing. Our satellites don't always pick up these critters, these frogs that inhibit vital habitats, but their presence in fragile ecosystems will tell us whether our ecosystems are healthy, whether they're degrading. The movement of this sound, its presence or absence, gives us a lot of intelligence and insights about the state of nature. Our community has been leveraging technology to collect the sounds, create libraries of these sounds, soundscapes that we can really use in understanding big changes and small changes in the vital ecosystems that are key to our survival. The efforts and the progress of our community have been on full display over the last 2 days in workshops, in flash talks, showcases, and in the GEO exhibition, which I hope you all have visited. But we cannot stop here. And this is where the post-2025 GEO strategy comes in, ushering in Earth intelligence for all. It's a strategy that calls for transformative programs. Transformative in the sense that not only do they take stock of everything we've created and look for missing pieces, but they will engage all the actors that will get us to the place where it becomes second nature for our citizens to care for nature, to understand the relationship with the environment, to change their behaviors, to consume wisely, and to live a life that will restore the fragile equilibrium with the environment. To succeed, we really must reimagine our global partnership, and that's what we are here to do and discuss a way forward for. We know it's going to take a real partnership of governments with businesses, civil society, indigenous communities, citizens, to achieve that transformative scale transformation so people can adopt systems thinking, so they can really take integrated approach to every bit of their human behavior. We will be introducing 2 such programs that represent sort of evidence that this is doable and possible and that there is a will. GEO acting as a neutral broker between businesses and governments and civil society has been convening partners to create the kinds of programs like the Global Ecosystems Atlas that you will hear about and the Global Heat Resilience Service you'll hear about, that will deliver not just data, but ultimate insights, analysis that can help put nature on the balance sheet, but do it in such a way that the governments and the corporates and the financial institutions use harmonized information so that our aspirations, our goals, objectives, results, milestones are comparable. One world, one nature, one vision. Global Heat Resilience Service will provide the kind of information that will help protect vulnerable populations, help with smart urban design so that the future world championships of rugby or soccer or other sporting events could be held in venues that have been designed with extreme heat in mind, so that the fans, but also the workers who will be erecting those structures can be protected from the harmful events and risks of those extreme events. That is the vision of these transformative scale programs, but they will have to leverage all types of data, which means us working with communities outside of Earth observation community. And those communities are just as eager to work with us as we are eager to work with them. I must recognize our partners in the statistics universe, in the geospatial community. We are here to break the silos between different data ecosystems to create and unleash the power of all the data to provide those refined insights and intelligence. We are here to reimagine GEO, and we must face the time to choose. Do we just adopt great words on paper, applaud, have a great plenary, great ministerial, and that's it? Or do we truly commit to invest political capital, financial capital, to realize this vision? We know it takes more than just believing, more than just trusting, to make things truly happen. It takes commitment, will, and investment to make things real. And I really hope that by the end of this week, we will establish the principles and the foundation for developing a future implementation of this strategy that will be based on solid commitment of political capital and financial capital. I'm here asking you for that on behalf of the GEO community, on behalf of those whose work is showcased in the GEO exhibit, whose work is showcased in the GEO Highlights report, whose work we are proud to give the GEO brand, the GEO label. Their work must be scaled, must be sustained, because we cannot leave impact on the table. The world is facing challenges. Those challenges are our opportunity. So I ask you, GEO principals, to please commit politically, financially, to turn the GEO strategy that will deliver Earth intelligence for all into a real, implementable, actionable reality. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here and all the attention you will give undivided, despite the Table Mountain calling in the beautiful Cape Town.
Thank you so very much, Yana. Your words remind me of something that Martin Luther King Jr. said many, many moons ago. And of course, the change that he was looking for was socio-political. But I think his words ring true even here and now as we are gathered in this fashion, looking for change of our own. He speaks about the fierce urgency of now. And he says, we are now confronted with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are faced with the fierce urgency of now. And in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. So now is not the time for apathy or complacency. Now is the time for rigorous action. So Yana, thank you for driving that point home. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to now call upon the lead co-chair to chair the remaining session of this opening session. I'm going to ask that you do so, please, from the comfort of your seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayanda. We are now going to just start with the business of the day in terms of just mapping what the whole day prior to this welcoming session is going to look like. And the thing about Africa and the welcome is that after you've been welcomed, you need to be free. Free to engage, free to express yourselves, and not hold back in terms of making sure that we construct the GEO that we want. So we start off by looking at the agenda of the day. As has been tradition in GEO, we share these documents well in advance so that you can be able to communicate whatever inputs you have. So we therefore want to start with the first item of looking at the agenda as shared. We need to go and approve it, and I want to see if there's anybody who's got any inputs to it before we can adopt it. I see no hand, and today my eyes are very sharp, so it means that there is no hand. So with that, I therefore want to say that this agenda is adopted as is, and is going to indeed drive the engagements that we have today and tomorrow. The second item in terms of where we started now is the report of the previous plenary, and this is the plenary that we held in Accra, Ghana in 2022. And we call this GEO 18. And those of you who wants to do some mathematics, the number 18 just represents that the plenary has met 18 times before today. And you can do your own mathematics as to how old GEO is. So add up those numbers. So the report again has been shared. And we just want again to say, do we have any inputs, having reviewed the report, are there aspects of the report where you think that we haven't reflected the deliberations as we were supposed to? And again, I see smiling faces. And these smiling faces just means that the Secretariat team has done a good job of capturing the deliberations as they are going to do today and tomorrow. So you have set the standards, and the issue about standards is you never want to go back. So well done and thanks. So I take it that we have now adopted that report. I think when we have been going through the presentation, one of the things we indicated was that the GEO, or the Group on Earth Observation, is completely different to the organization it was in 2005. In many respects, but one of them is the number of member states. I recall the kind of meeting rooms we used then, and the movement from holding the plenaries outside of the WMO building in Geneva to starting to go into international conference centers. So today we are an organization that can proudly boast member states, 115 of them. And the last born in this big family is Trinidad and Tobago. So we want to welcome Trinidad and Tobago into the membership of GEO. And we also, if you don't want to be a last born, we encourage you to go and recruit others. So that is the work firstly of Trinidad and Tobago, but also for all of us to go and continue to talk about the value of GEO. So we are going to let this latest member, and as introduced or highlighted by our co-chair from the Americas, doing a good job. And we are going to give Trinidad and Tobago just 1.5 minutes, as in 60 seconds plus 30 seconds. to really give us your very brief remarks. And this is going to be done by Rahana Juman.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Trinidad and Tobago thanks AmeriGeo and by extension Global GEO for their warm welcome to this network and for allowing us to be able to benefit from this partnership. We only became a member in September 2023 and are already participating in regional initiative. Trinidad and Tobago look forward to developing our national GEO through a collaborative process as we prioritize national needs while balancing growing support and focus to the post-2025 strategy. We welcome the implementation of this strategy as it draws on Earth observation insights from across the value chain to inform strategic decision and empower society. Attendance and participation at this GEO is well-timed as we seek to broaden our network and synergize our local approach to the triple planetary crisis. As a small island developing state, Trinidad and Tobago seek to increase Caribbean and small island representation and involvement in GEO. With high vulnerability to the impacts of climate change and other natural disasters, we hope to leverage Earth intelligence to increase resilience for our people and ecosystem. We recognize, however, that many island states do not have sufficient resources to allocate for this imperative mission. One such resource that is sorely lacking is access to high spatial resolution satellite imagery. TNT, like many small island, big ocean states, possesses a small landmass. Our circumstance often hampers our ability to utilize freely available satellite imagery for numerous applications, making a call for access to high spatial resolution imagery paramount. We also support an expansion of the ecosystem atlas to include marine ecosystems. Our experience with these fragile and biodiverse havens have shown repeatedly the utility of spatial data visualization in their protection and conservation. This will also assist national effort in marine spatial planning. As a signatory to the Regional Convention for the Protection and Development of the Marine Environment of the wider Caribbean region, which seeks to address land-based pollution, especially protected areas and wildlife and oil spill, Trinidad and Tobago welcome regional and global collaboration and coordination. Indeed, some of our crises, such as climate change, pollution, and sargassum bloom, transcends national boundary. Our involvement in the training initiative, collaboration on oil satellite tracking in the Americas, known as COSTA, has highlighted the importance of oil spill detection and monitoring and has stimulated regional effort to protect our ocean space from the irrevocable damaging effects of hydrocarbon pollution. As COSTA expands its geographical reach, we are calling for a meeting with COSTA members to discuss lessons learned, as well as the possibility to expand our observation and reporting of methane emission. In closing, I wish to thank AmeriGeo for supporting the strengthening of institutional capacity of its members. As a member, we endorse AmeriGeo effort to further align with the GEO post-2025 strategy by creating new pathways and programs, focusing on training and co-development and increasing youth engagement. We support efforts to increase equity and inclusion by bridging the divide between traditional knowledge of indigenous people, local communities, and scientific knowledge, and to work better to inform decision-making, to inform our decision makers as well as our stakeholders. And we'd like to close in thanking South Africa for being such a gracious host. Thank you very much.
Trinidad and Tobago, you are welcome, and let's give them another round of applause. We've also got a number of participating organizations who are joining us. And again, with the welcome that we're going to do now for this participating organization, that brings the number of participating organizations to 153. And this is really quite an exciting growth because both of them, they bring in different competencies, they bring in the participation in various tasks of GEO. So we are therefore pleased to welcome the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the Research Center of Big Data for Sustainable Development Goals, Health Solution Research, Inc., Eratosthenes Center of Excellence, New World Hope Organizations, UbuntuNet Alliance for Research and Networking, Joko Labs Banjul, and Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization. We give them a round of applause, and if they are here, you are not going to give an intervention, but you're just going to introduce yourself so we can see you. We can start with the IUCN if you're here. CBUS. Health Solution Research. Eratosthenes Center of Excellence. New World Hope Organization. UbuntuNet Alliance. Joko Labs Banjul, and Asia Pacific Cooperation Organization. So I think somebody is sabotaging all of them because they should be here. But in your absence, we welcome you. This is the home that you're going to have an opportunity to contribute to making a difference. With that, Ayanda, I think I hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to please give another resounding round of applause to our speakers, please. That brings to a close this opening session. You mentioned, Lee Chair, that you saw a lot of smiles in the room and you complimented the manner in which information was captured. We're going to do a little bit of that as well, a little bit more smiling and a little bit of capturing of a different sort. We're going to capture the moment with some photos now. So I'm going to ask our speakers to please take a seat right here in the front. I'm going to call upon our official photographers to please make their way onto the stage so that you can take a group photo of all of us. Who knows, maybe in the next meeting, just as you saw the picture of people in the bus, they'll be seeing pictures of you in the plenary. So let's make sure that all of us are represented, that we are all part of this picture. Yes, please, for the speakers, please do take a seat right here in the front so that we can see you. And the photographers, feel free to make your way to the stage so you can take a picture of absolutely everybody. And while we get the logistics sorted out, I'm going to be reading one or two announcements, so please feel free to pay attention. I know many of us can multitask, so that shouldn't be a problem. Delegates, remember that we do encourage your active participation. Interventions and sharing ideas throughout the next 2 days will not only be welcome, but encouraged. So make sure that you do take part. All sessions today are open and there will be live streaming of the event on GEO Week webpage, so you can make sure that you spread the message far and wide. A quick reminder, if you want to make an intervention, you'll need to raise your flag, and the GEO Secretariat staff will be monitoring that and alerting the moderators to call upon the speakers in the following order. We'll hear first from our member countries, from the participating organizations next, and then the associates. And we also ask that you please keep your interventions within 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please, per intervention. And that is just to make sure that we allow the maximum number of delegations a chance to intervene. The plenary coverage is being done by the IISD, and today's summary will be available on their website at the end of the day. And also, just speaking about the end of the day, we will be having the GEO Gala dinner this evening. It is by invitation, and invitations will be distributed. If you have not received one already, please do contact Mr. Thabo. Mr. Thabo Mudiba, I believe, is to my left. There he is. Smile and wave, Thabo. Smile and wave. Thank you very much. Thabo will be able to assist you in that regard. So as soon as the pics are ready, I'm told there will also be a 360 degrees camera.
And when this camera is ready for us, I'll get a thumbs up. And as soon as I do that, apparently we need to do something of a Mexican wave of some sort, or you smile, or you give a thumbs up, or you Bluetooth high five, or whatever it is that you would like to do. Do something that shows that indeed we are here, that we're excited about what we're here to do, that we're solutions driven, and we are. Is that the camera? Are we ready? We're live already? Okay, there we go. So a wave, a high five, a smile, a cheer. Let the world know that we are excited about what we're here to do today and for the next couple of days, that indeed in this room are people who are eager, who are optimistic, are people who are not only willing but also able to make a difference. So thank you very much. There we go. We got it. We've got it. I love to see it. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have fast run out of time, right? We're running on African time. And if you know African time, it means we're basically late. So we'll try and redeem the time as much as possible. That means that our tea break is 10 minutes. So please, let's quickly get your refreshments, come back into the plenary, and let us continue. 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you very much.
one here. Just if there's a speaker. It's thirsty. They just mustn't pick it.
Ya, udah Didi.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you once more. Now that we've had some refreshments, may you please take your seats. We will continue shortly. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue shortly. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please may you take your seats. In the next, I'd say 30 seconds to a minute, we will begin the second session for the day. All right, welcome back. I trust you've enjoyed the refreshments and a time to just touch base and connect with one or two people during the coffee break. Thank you very much for making your way back promptly and succinctly. We do appreciate that. Well, as you know, very little change takes place via osmosis. So if you're going to take deliberate steps to make a difference, it's going to take intentionality, it's going to take decisiveness, it's going to take action, and more importantly, it's going to take a plan, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So this next section is really something I'm excited about because it's going to give us an overarching overview of what we hope to achieve. And then, of course, the expression or implementation thereof is going to come from you. So all the granular details that we can expect really will be inspired by you. I encourage you to really internalize the strategy we're going to discuss, to really do some introspection and see what it means for you and how you can be an active participant in the implementation thereof. I'm ready with my pen, I'm ready with some paper, I'm going to take notes on what I can do as an individual, what I can do in my small sphere of influence as a society, a community, or wherever you may find yourself. How do we implement and how do we make sure that those granular details do find expression? So, yep, you guessed it. It's time for us now to focus on the post-2025 strategy. In this session, ladies and gentlemen, we have the unique opportunity to really delve into a roadmap that will guide our actions in the coming years. It will witness the unveiling of a strategy that holds the potential to reshape how we approach Earth observations and environmental sustainability. Well, the new strategy will inspire all of us, and I think also cause us to unite behind a cause, galvanize us into action as one, as we spoke about in the previous session. The entire GEO community in the years to come will really be able to receive their marching orders from this strategy. Our plenary and then the Ministerial Summit will be approving the vision where GEO will contribute to equity for all, going beyond data to make sure that we provide equitable access to Earth intelligence and empower society to achieve a sustainable future. Well, this is the direction of post-2025 strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, to guide us through this pivotal section now, we are privileged to have a distinguished group of speakers who will share their reflections on the new GEO post-2025 strategy. If you give me a moment, I will introduce them, and they will just also acknowledge, as I mentioned, their names so we know to whom we'll be listening. Sofia Drost from the Igor Sikorsky Kiev Polytechnic Institute and National Technical University of Ukraine is here as well today. Thank you so much, Sophia. Sophia is joined by Marie Wilson, Branch Head, Digital Earth Branch, Space Division, Geoscience Australia. Please smile and wave. A nod will do as well as we acknowledge you. Thank you very much. Titus Letapo, co-founder of the GEO Indigenous Alliance and Director of Community and Programs, Sarara Foundation, all the way from Kenya. Thank you very much. Thank you, much appreciated. Emmanuel Pajot, Secretary General, European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, is also part of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, as is Andy Swamlisa, Provincial or Principal Advisor, I should say, Business Development Pacific Community. Thank you so very much to yourselves. Can we please give them a collective round of applause? I like to say, I know we're living in tough economic times the world over, but a round of applause is free, ladies and gentlemen, so we can be very generous with it. No need to hold back. It will not cost you a thing. All right. I now would like to invite Samantha Burgess, the Deputy Director, Copernicus Climate Change Service, as well as European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasts. And Samantha will be joined by Alejandro Roman, the Director General, or General Director, I should say, of Aerospace Development, Paraguay Space Agency. They will come to the podium because the two of them were co-chairing the working group that developed the strategy over the course of more than a year. I invite them now to share with us some of the results of that work and also the process, the long, laborious, and very, very consultative process that they had to endure to bring us this masterpiece. A round of applause as they take to the podium, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Ayanda. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to congratulate South Africa for the Rugby World Championship. It's a great achievement, and what an energy our program director gives us. This is an exciting moment, and we are very happy and proud to present you today the GEO Post 2025 strategy. This strategy we offer today results from over 1 year of the work of the Post-2025 Working Group. I kindly ask the members of the working group, if you can stand up, please, that all the plenary can see you. Please stand up. This is a 1 year work. Please stand up. And also I want to acknowledge the work of the Secretariat, Andreas, Sam, and all the team of the Secretariat. You were amazing in this 1 year work that we were 26 individuals from different regions, organizations, governments, and stakeholders group. We held online meetings. We met in person several times and discussed via email in this process. We had engagement with you and the GEO community, and also including through a expansive survey and a session 1 year ago in Accra. Sam?
Thank you, Alejandro. So it's an incredible privilege to be here today, to be representing the work that we've undertaken over the last 15 months, over 100 hours of deliberation, consultation, discussion. And what we propose to you here is a strategy through which, slides, brilliant. GEO will reaffirm its commitment to full and open access to Earth observation, data, knowledge, products, and services, and its commitment to promote data and knowledge sharing and the co-development of services that empower users to make environmental decisions, enable economic opportunities, and promote good governance. And we propose that GEO makes 2 new commitments with this strategy. First, GEO will pursue global equity in Earth observation, making resources and opportunities available that lead to best outcomes in communities with varying needs and capacity. Second, to provide not only Earth observations, but also Earth intelligence. Earth intelligence is a core concept of this new strategy, and I've been delighted to hear it peppered through the presentations already this week. Earth intelligence comprises integrated Earth and social science derived knowledge, including leveraging and valuing traditional knowledge and insights that inform strategic decisions, build capacities, and empower society to address environmental, societal, and economic challenges. Its design is based on user needs at all scales and across sectors, and integrates Earth observation data, socioeconomic data, research and science, citizen observations, indigenous knowledge, and other sources of information, and combines this with modeling, prediction, and scenario analysis. Earth intelligence shows how we will forge partnerships through the Earth observation value chain, develop integrated programmatic approaches, and innovate.
We have interconnected challenges and still fragmented responses. It's a world where challenges are increasingly interconnected. Our response must be unified and cohesive. The post-2025 strategy recognizes this need and aims to overcome the fragmented response that hindered progress in the past.
For the post-2025 working group, it was always clear that a new strategy has to build on GEO's strengths. Many of you also emphasized this in your written and oral comments. And just to recap, there were 5 consultations, 132 comments received, and 75 survey responses. GEO's strengths include intergovernmental, multi-scale, transdisciplinary, and multi-sectoral, cooperative, and adaptive.
Building on our strengths, GEO's strength lies in our ability to harness Earth's intelligence and leverage for the benefit for all. With our expertise and global network, we are uniquely positioned to address the complex issues facing our planet.
And we are building on our history. We summarize GEO's evolution as shown in this graphic.
Our evolution went from data for all, service for all, and now we are talking about Earth intelligence for all.
The results of our deliberations, reflections, and many discussions amongst ourselves and with the entire community led us to formulate a refined vision for the world to which GEO contributes with its mission. Just to recap on the slide in front of you, the GEO mission is a world where trusted Earth intelligence is universally accessible and empowers society to achieve a sustainable future. Our mission, GEO co-produces user-driven Earth intelligence solutions that inform decisions and accelerate action on global, societal, and environmental challenges, leveraging its unique position as an established intergovernmental body with a strong and inclusive partnership. And the GEO service offer is to empower anyone to use and contribute to Earth intelligence to make decisions, better decisions, for people and planet.
A new direction from 2025, Earth Intelligence for All. Looking ahead, our vision is to make Earth Intelligence accessible for all by democratizing access to data and knowledge. We can empower individuals, organizations, and governments to make informed decisions and take effective actions. This is exemplified in our offer or value proposition to the world and the different stakeholders groups. You find the various offer statements in the page 18 of the strategy. This statement should help you communicate GEO's value to your partners as well.
The goals that will put the strategy into action include co-produce transformative Earth intelligence solutions that inform decisions and accelerate actions for systems change on global, societal, and environmental challenges. Increase global equity through accessible Earth intelligence. Integrate new technologies and innovations into Earth intelligence services, including but not limited to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things. Increase the participation of the next generations in the development of Earth intelligence. And finally, to invest in integrated activities to raise awareness and resources for Earth intelligence. We also recognize that for the strategy to be implemented, we need an operating model that is efficient, effective, and fit for purpose to deliver the GEO work program and products and services. And we have identified high-level measures of success to show how we are recognizing that we are succeeding as a community. Our ambition with the GEO post-2025 strategy was to reflect on the ever-evolving nature of GEO and its community, the richness of the community, and to ensure the ownership of every individual and organization in this room to ensure this strategy will continue to thrive in the coming years.
With this strategy, we want to inspire you and provide a tool that supports and guides our engagement with GEO to build and strengthen our community. It is a strategy for you, and we hope you will own it and have we all collectively embark on its implementation. Finally, the post-2025 strategy represents a pivotal moment for GEO. It sets the stage for the future where Earth intelligence is accessible to all, and where we can collectively address the challenges facing our planet. Together, let us embark in this journey towards a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I invite you to please also take a seat? We would love to probe a little bit further and make sure that we can pick your brain a bit more. So thank you very much for joining the panel. Thank you for the presentation as well. I think what I appreciate is that we've seen the great lengths that you took to make sure that you not only, discuss it among yourselves, but that you include the views, the positions of the GEO members, the participating organizations, as well as the associates. And I think the word that you used there that stood up for me as the operative word is together. So now what we're going to do is find out from those who are representing various sectors of our society how they look to internalize, to interpret, and indeed implement the strategy and achieve those results that we also desire. I had introduced them briefly as we began this session, but I will just quickly jog your memory and remind you again. Sophia Drost is with us, as well as Marie Wilson, Titus Latapo, as well as Emmanuel Pajot and Andy Mlisa. Let's start with you, Sophia. When you just look at this strategy and what it entails, what does it mean for you? What can you draw out, and what are you looking forward to in terms of implementation?
So, hello everyone. As you can know, I'm Sophia Drost, and I deal with spatial data in artificial intelligence more than 3 years. So, I really like the idea to involve young people in development and use of Earth intelligence. Young people have fresh ideas, and these ideas not restricted by stereotypes. And for young people have fresh view on global problems. So more important, young people, it is easy for young people to accept scientific progress, unlike to older generation. For example, even now we can see young people rejoice artificial intelligence and want to accelerate its development. But older generation have difficulties with learning innovations. And I'm really glad that GEO strategy sees as one of main goals to involving innovations. These innovations contribute not only to develop of Earth intelligence, but also to global cooperation. I think it is really good idea to use online and translation tools to provide Earth intelligence accessible for all. Geographical distance and different language should not be a problem for our cooperation. Personally, for me, as for all young scientists, geostrategy and Earth intelligence allow access to a very high suitable geospatial information. And with this information, we get opportunity to learn and develop our skills that we need to work with geospatial data and artificial intelligence. In this way, we can increase our skills and our competitiveness in labor market, and also we get opportunities to participate in international projects, and we can share our ideas and get resources to implement them. My organization, KPI, fully support geostrategy and development of Earth intelligence. First of all, we actively involve young people to our projects about land monitoring. For example, every year we have a summer school to introduce teenagers to machine learning, artificial intelligence, and satellite data. Moreover, I myself began my scientific career from this summer school. So, as next, I want to say that now we currently is focused on the agricultural sector of Ukraine in war conditions. Because crisis in Ukraine, it is a threat for global food security. But we try in any possible way to correct the situation. And therefore, we really need Earth intelligence. So, and we support to development of innovations. For example, even now we try to replace our old static models with our new interactive models, namely digital twins. These digital twins allow us not only monitor what is now, but also we can predict how war affect to land, yield, crops, and even pest population. So, creating such models is a challenge for us. But we plan to participate and have international projects with our partners from Europe and USA. And we believe that together we can turn our ideas into reality. And so we can help to develop Earth intelligence and to realize a GEO post-2025 strategy. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. A round of applause, please, for Sophia. You know, we like to say children are the future. Young people are tomorrow's leaders. Dare I say, children are the present. And young people are the present leaders of today. And their contribution matters. Their voice must be heard. Thank you very much. Marie, let's go to you. I think the mic is not on. I'm not sure. There we go. Can we try again?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So preparing for the panel, I was looking through the strategy to try and work out which parts were the most inspiring for me. Reading through, it's so comprehensive. There are so many aspects that are covered in it, and a lot of the strategy resonated with me. So trying to figure out one inspirational part, I actually decided that it wasn't in the strategy, it was about the strategy, which was the fact that it's been developed by this community. So the broad consultation that Alejandro and Sam mentioned before, and the fact that everybody has put forward their views, we've been able to bring forward some divergent views to really come up with a strategy that's fit for the next decade is the most inspiring thing about that strategy. From an opportunities perspective, we all know the role that Earth observation can play in meeting global challenges. That's why we're here. But what it does, the strategy, is opens the dialogue with a broader community. So making sure that we're discussing these great opportunities for Earth observation data with the broader community, with other data providers, NGOs, to embed Earth observations in the solutions that we and they are creating. But it's not just global. So we in Australia, in particular, are committed to working, for example, with the Pacific Island countries and territories. So making sure that we're able to enable them to tackle their significant and growing vulnerability of climate change, disaster risk, sustainable development challenges. So how we can help them is by making sure that they have access to the data, to the insights, so that we can help to deliver Earth intelligence for all. So Australia is committed and keen to respond to the call for action that we heard this morning. So the development of the implementation plan for the strategy is critical. It's not going to be easy, but we are really committed to making sure that we are part of that conversation. We're really appreciative of the Program Board of GEO, who are already looking at new and ways that the current activities can feed into the new strategy and how they're going to map against that, and opening up new opportunities for new activities as we work through all of those really complex aspects of the strategy as we have. Thanks.
Thank you. You speak about the challenges that will no doubt be experienced, as we put together implementation plans, but it reminds me of the words of Dr. Nelson Mandela, and he says, "I never lose, I either win or I learn." So even in the midst of those challenges and the setbacks that we'll no doubt experience, those teething problems that every new plan has, we always have to keep a mindset of this is either a win or a learning opportunity, and with that positivity and that inspirational, I have no doubt that the challenges will not be insurmountable. Titus, let's hand over the mic to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Titus. I'm from Samburu tribe, which is a tribe in northern Kenya, and also a co-founder of Indigenous People Alliance, which is the only led initiative with GEO that have representation from Africa, North America, South America, Australia. The Alliance acts as a vital bridge between Indigenous people and the wider GEO community, recognizing the critical role that Indigenous people play for climate action. Despite making up less than 6% of the world population, Indigenous people are responsible for conserving over 80% of world biodiversity. Our Indigenous knowledge and practices are deeply rooted in a profound understanding of the natural world and are proved to be effective in managing natural resources. However, all too often our knowledge is undervalued and overlooked. That's why for the past 5 years, we have been working without funding with the Indigenous and underrepresented communities to co-design innovative solutions using Earth observation data and Indigenous knowledge for the protection of our planet, biodiversity in a way that is inclusive and culturally relevant. We held 2 Indigenous summits that brought together thousands of Indigenous leaders, youth, scientists, sharing stories of resilience, best practices and challenges faced by those on the front line of climate change. Our work has been recognized international level. We have been invited to present our work at COP26, COP28, World Expo Dubai, and various other international events. Yet we still face obstacles such as access to internet, lack of resources, and lack of political will. That's why for us, the GEO Post-25 strategy is critical, a tool to enable us to further advance our work and receive financial support for the important work we are doing. For GEO Post-2025 strategy to be fully inclusive, there are a few key things that we have suggested but have yet to be implemented. First and foremost, it is important to recognize the key role GEO Indigenous Alliance as a bridge between indigenous people with a broader GEO community. Failing to implement this recognition will sustain our marginalization, sideline our voices, and impede our access to critical funding. Secondly, understanding the significance of Earth observation data and its potential for misuse. It is crucial to protect the rights of indigenous people to provide free, prior, and informed consent. It becomes essential for the GEO Post-2025 strategy to adopt and implement the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People and prioritize our participation and inclusion decision-making process regarding access and utilization of Earth observation. We extend our sincere gratitude for the privilege to address you today. It's essential to underscore that our collective goals in ensuring no one is left behind. Let our recommendation serve as a call for action and align with the guidance of Amina Mohamed, the United Nations Deputy Secretary General, in achieving genuinely inclusive GEO. We must place the most vulnerable at the forefront of our efforts. At the core of our mission lies the belief in the power of collaborative partnership, and today we stand ready to engage, listen, and collaboration in our shared pursuit of a sustainable future. We look forward to seeing our recommendation implemented in the GEO Post-25 strategy to attract the support, partnership, and resources needed to strengthen capacity of GEO Indigenous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And I think your inclusion, even on this panel, cannot be overstated. It is absolutely important that your indigenous populations are represented. Representation matters, inclusivity matters. Nothing for us without us, as the saying goes. Let's hear from you, Emmanuel. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the European Association of Remote Sensing Company I represent is strong of 140 companies in 25 countries in Europe. As a trade association, we do appreciate the strategies that GEO proposed. The concept of Earth intelligence is really an inspiring guide. Intelligence undermines a change of focus. It implies delivering something sound for the user, and so which will have a direct impact. Soundness requires a pre-existing demand-led approach and co-design, which are two instrument tools in order to stimulate the uptake we all want to see. As mentioned in the foreword of the proposal, GEO can leverage its strengths. And the first one is its vast and diversity and network, amongst which is the private sector across all the different regions. Each member comes with its own strength, which it can contribute to improvement, contribute to the consolidation, and bring new methodology that could be deployed globally. Two examples from the private sector that may be developed in the upcoming years. First one, the maturity indicator at the country scale, developed by ERSC, thanks to the fund of the European Commission, and tested already several times in project. The involvement as well of the private sector and the methodology to assess the benefit assessment, which is our contribution to the GEO value, are two clear, obviously, opportunities for all actors in the GEO community. Another point is that the GEO can support the flow of ideas between the different members or stakeholders. It can be a catalyst of relation, connecting private actors with users, support youth, people in their skill development, providing capabilities, building and identifying enablers to help them for this. ERSC really appreciates the statement and intend to enhance inclusivity by leveraging expertise and resource across the GEO membership, and the ERSC nature of being an enabler to connect service providers and public and private users support the direction of the strategy. It established as well the long-term strategic direction, and we welcome a stronger engagement with the private sector, which we consider to have an active role in shaping and supporting the future of GEO. And we look forward to this stronger involvement in the post-2025 strategy. We support reinforcing the successful engagement of companies of all sizes, large, small, medium, from the whole Earth observation value chain from all regions. Thanks to the support of the European Commission as well, we will be able to promote more about the new capabilities that Europe will develop in the upcoming years. Last item will be a call for action. If we want all this to be alive in the upcoming years, we need to make sure that all the assets that we have currently are safe. And currently there is a threat on the use of a frequency, the 10 gigahertz frequency, for non-EO use. In the upcoming World Radio Conference event that will take place in Dubai in November, the GEO community has a capability to stop this. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Andrew, so we'll let you also give us your contribution, please.
Thank you so much, Ayanda. I would like to first say congratulations to the post-2025 working group for on putting the work in. I am sure that it was a walk in the park, converging all the diverse views and contributions of this global community. It is my honor today to share thoughts from the Pacific community. SPC serves 22 countries and territories within the Pacific. Our perspective on the GEO 2025 strategy, post-2025 strategy. Firstly, we welcome the fact that it embodies the embodiment of equity and inclusive Earth intelligence. This carries immense potential for global transformation. As we'll delve into the heart of this dynamic approach, we discovered 3 avenues that promise to revolutionize the way we approach global challenges. Firstly and foremost, GEO's commitment to pursue global equity resonates deeply with the Pacific community. And I would also like to say it resonates deeply with me personally, as having been part of the EDI subgroup that developed the GEO EDI statement, and to see that statement being lived in the strategy is heartwarming. This emphasis on equitable representation and access to Earth intelligence ensures that the voice of small islands and development states are not only heard, but are integrated into the fabric of decision-making in GEO. Equity in shaping outcomes is a fundamental step towards fostering an inclusive global community. Secondly, the integration of new technologies and innovations into Earth intelligence services heralds a new era of possibilities. For regions like the Pacific, embracing cutting-edge technology, as we've seen with Digital Earth Pacific, is not just an opportunity, it is a necessity for survival. The strategic focus on this integration promises to usher in a transformative phase where advanced data analytics and Earth observations technologies become our allies in the fight against climate change, food insecurity, biodiversity conservation, and other pressing global challenges. Lastly, the strategies intend to invest in integrated activities of Earth intelligence amplifies the scope for collective action. By exploring catalytic and innovating funding mechanisms, GEO could open the door to unprecedented opportunities for collaboration. This move transcends traditional government funding mechanisms and lays the groundwork for robust partnerships that can truly make a difference in the lives of the most vulnerable communities. The SPC shares the GEO ambition to diversify funding sources, and we welcome collaboration and knowledge sharing in this regard. For the Pacific community, this strategy holds immense implications for our engagement with GEO. We envision strengthening collaboration through co-development solutions and tailored practices, tailored practices that reflect the unique challenges of our region and the opportunities that it has for the global community. Our commitment to this strategy aligns with our ongoing efforts in addressing environmental concerns, promoting sustainable development, and fostering knowledge sharing across the Pacific countries and territories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give an opportunity for you to make interventions, and just a quick reminder, we are limiting those interventions to 2 minutes, please, so that we can hear from a wide array of the members from the participating organizations as well as the associates. So please, if you do have an intervention you would like to make, raise your flag, raise it nice and high so that the Secretariat will be able to acknowledge you and that we can take your input. But in the meantime, while we are raising those flags, I'm going to let Sam and Alejandro just maybe give us some feedback on what you've heard from our panelists, the input that they've made from their position, their experience, and from their neck of the wood, as it were. They've made comments, suggestions, advice, input that I think came from a very solutions-driven perspective, which is something I admired greatly, to say, here's how I think we can bring about implementation. So maybe just by way of response, you can pick one or two, or even respond to all of them very briefly. What were your thoughts listening to the feedback?
Thank you. And thank you to all the panelists for their thoughts and for embracing this strategy. It was really heartwarming for me to hear the positivity, the inclusivity, and the voices represented, because that was really critical to the post-2025 working group. And I think the three key things that stuck with me was that, you know, having a member state describe the strategy as being fit for purpose for the next decade really means we did our job. So that's really exciting. To hear from First Nation people the importance of Indigenous communities as custodians of our planet's heartbeat, its biodiversity, its critical habitats, and ensure that no one is left behind. That was really the mission that we tried to build within the strategy. So again, that was fantastic. And to hear from Sophia that the next generation sees themselves in this strategy and the solutions that they can provide, and that their voices are present in this strategy is, again, means we've done our job. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sam. Alejandro?
Thank you very much again. Also, for me, it's a very good impression to hear all your vision, your views, your insights, because we want this strategy to be transformative. And we are seeing everybody is getting involved, is having an opinion, having a contribution. We need to be positive about the future. We need to build, and to build transformative programs, we need to get involved. We all need to be part of the solution. We are talking about equity. We are talking about inclusion. I think this is resonate with all the members of GEO and all the participating organizations. And also, we are talking about empowering young people. This is very important. As you said, Ayanda, they are the present, not the future. And also, the co-production, co-design and co-produce the solution is very important. The solution will not come from the one direction only. We all need to work on that, and we all need to contribute and get involved. And also integrating new technologies. Now we are living in the artificial intelligence era. We need to get the power of technology to help us create solutions for our world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for those reflections and thoughts. We now have the opportunity to hear from our member countries in this order, if you will: Japan, Ghana, Germany, Finland, France, and the UK. We're going to hear from the members in that order. So without further ado, can we please hear from Japan, please?
Thank you. So we would like to appreciate the post-2025 working group for contributing to the drafting and coordination of the post-2025 strategy within a limited time. Earth intelligence, which integrates Earth observation data and other variety of data and combines with models, predictions, and scenario analysis, has been discussed as the main topic at the expert committee on Earth observation in Japan. Strengthening the Earth observation data value chain can enhance collaboration and co-production with various stakeholders, promote data utilization by end users, and provide feedback for the expansion of Earth observation. Based on this discussion, Japan had proposed the concept of Earth intelligence to GEO. We welcome that the post-2025 strategy has been endorsed with the theme of Earth intelligence for all. Japan continues to cooperate with GEO activities under the new GEO strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your input. Shall we go to Ghana up next, please?
Okay, thank you. So Ghana sees the whole theme of Earth intelligence as a movement for jobs, in Ghana and in Africa. I think this is where I want to push, as a movement for jobs. Very important, because we have a lot of youth who need jobs. Once they have jobs, they will recognize the need for us to protect our lands. Land degradation in Africa, in Ghana, is a critical issue. It's really causing a lot of damages, and I think the movement in this direction is very important. Ghana wants to recognize the fact that there are a number of initiatives that are supporting this direction. We have the GEO-GLAN, we have the GEO-LDN, and we have several other programs from South-South Cooperation, like the CASA program of China, the CBAS forums that they organize annually. I think what we are talking about here is that it's a movement for us on a daily basis to see EO in everything we do. I think this is where we want everything to go, that we want to see that on a daily basis there is that movement for us to see that our future generation will need the food. The food security becomes very important. It means we have to think about how best we can partner in order to address some of these issues. And lastly, I just want to say that in this strategy, one thing which has also come out very important is the indigenous communities. Sometimes we forget. Ghana has a coastline. We are hosting the African Free Trade Zone. It means that communities are going to be displaced. What do we do about this? How do we engage them? So Ghana recognizes the fact that the Geo-Indigenous Alliance is a critical one for us to be able to cement our ideas and move towards with that inclusivity and ensuring that we don't leave anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. I think just to echo your sentiments, one thing that also stood out for me was just how multidisciplinary it was, and that in solving the crisis that we're seeing and hearing Earth tell us about, we're also dealing with some of the societal ills like youth unemployment. And I think that's so important, that symbiotic approach of solving one problem and the ripple effect of it addressing the others as on the periphery. So thank you very much for that. I also would like to make note that we have seen the flags of USA, China, UN, FCCC. We will also attend to you in the next round. Italy, we do see your flag as well. We've made note of that. I'm going to ask that we take just the first list that we've had and then address the list as it progressed. So after Ghana, I should say, we had Germany. Could we please hear from Germany?
Thank you, Madam. Germany welcomes the post-2025 strategy and its ambition to further develop GEO. But furthermore, I'd like to stress, besides all these good news and initiatives, GEO should also continue with the activities that are relevant and successful today. Especially free and open Earth observation data from public institutions should further be promoted, and the existing GEO flagship initiatives needs GEO support also further in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your input. Thank you for that intervention. May we please give over the floor now to Finland?
Thank you very much. Finland is super happy about this strategy, and we very warmly support it, especially when we pay attention more to the youth and indigenous matters. I think that's a super good direction, and we welcome it very much. In Arctic GEO's initiative, we already work in the Arctic region with indigenous people, so they are called Sami in northern Europe, for example, and the experience from there, where we have been doing shared Arctic variables, has been really empowering for us as doing Earth observation. But it's really important that we start there always from their point of view first. So they define what needs to be done or what is the challenge that they have. And then we get really good success and a nice collaboration with these people, and especially the youth in these indigenous, let's say, communities is, I think, a particularly good target. For Earth intelligence, I think it's a really nice term for the GEO strategy, but we would definitely hope that we don't rebrand Earth observation with this terminology. So our community understands it well, but the outside world is now understanding finally what Earth observation is, and we should ride with that wave and not make another one, which is smaller, at least, from the beginning. So let's ride the big wave, please. Then, because I think it is also for new funding opportunities much easier to go with Earth observation. There's already then much available. The new terminology, you would need to work first with funders. But that's why, thank you very much. This is good. Let's go. And especially let's go with the young indigenous persons in this world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go indeed. Shall we go to France? You hosted us so generously for the World Cup. It's a privilege for us to return the favor this time around for the GEO plenary. France, here we get your intervention, please.
Thank you, Madam. The French delegation supports this new strategy, Earth Intelligence for All, and thanks to the GEO Working Group and the Secretariat for their investment in the negotiations that led to this text. This strategy confirms that the GEO is a government-led group, support international agreements as priorities for engagement, and adds more cost-cutting team, including biodiversity. We appreciate these objectives are supported by an open and free data policies and by greater diversity and inclusiveness. We are also ready to get involved in preparing the implementation plan so that together we can achieve its objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Let's hear from the UK now, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Together with fellow member countries who have just spoken, the UK also welcomes the strategy very warmly. I want to thank the working group, the GEO Executive Committee and Secretariat for their very hard work to develop such an intelligent, equitable and inspiring strategy. We welcome GEO's inclusive approach, bringing in members, participating organisations, associates and regional caucuses. This diversity makes GEO uniquely placed to bring Earth intelligence to everyone. Earth observation is a strategic priority for all of us, and this week we're hearing the incredible range of global challenges that Earth observations can help resolve. We also welcome the establishment of the implementation group, which is critical to making the strategy a reality. We look forward to working together to bring it to life and ensure that it evolves to meet challenges of the future. We encourage other GEO members, participating organisations and associates to support it as well and help drive GEO forward into a better future together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. USA, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Special thanks to the members of the working group and the GEO Secretariat for delivering this final version. Really an inspiring approach to working together and looking to the future. A few quick highlights. The strategy has a strong user-centric focus throughout the document, focused on delivering results for those who have the greatest need for Earth observation-based applications. The strategy notes that GEO will focus on delivering Earth intelligence for all, with an emphasis on striving for equity and inclusion for the most vulnerable communities. It embraces working with youth and empowering them with skills needed to participate in data-driven economies, as expressed so passionately by our Ghanaian colleagues. The strategy calls for global equity in Earth observations and looks to amplify the voices of indigenous communities in international fora while learning from one another in co-production of innovative approaches that actively integrate indigenous and Western knowledge systems for solutions. We appreciate the recognition in the strategy of youth as key to the future of the uptake of Earth observations to improve decision-making and strengthen our GEO community. We especially appreciate Sophia Drozd's encouragement of the older generation to be more accepting of novel approaches and strategies. We're working in the AmeriGEO region to ensure that you stay at the front of our work as an example of how these voices are strengthening us in the GEO community. In the context of the Americas, we see a flourishing AmeriGEO leveraged by its intergovernmental network and its strong partnerships with private sector, academic, non-governmental, and intergovernmental partnerships. The U.S. looks forward to working with our partners across GEO to implement this transformative vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Esteemed delegates, your interventions have been much appreciated, extremely invaluable. Up next, we're going to hear from the UNFCCC. We'll hear from China, Italy, South Africa, and Senegal. We'll also hear from you. So without further ado, for your intervention, UNFCCC.
We welcome the GEO post-2025 strategy. As we head into COP28 in Dubai, parties and non-party stakeholders are preparing what could be the outcome of the global stocktake. The world is not on track to achieve 1.5 goal. Ambitious climate actions are needed. Finance, technology, capacity building, and international cooperations are critical enabler for accelerated climate action. A fundamental starting point for enhanced adaptation action is the dissemination of climate information. Earth intelligence technology and services could be game changer for raising ambition, accelerating climate action, mobilizing support, and enhancing transparency in the implementation of Paris Agreement. The commitment of GEO to facilitate equitable access and making the use of science-based Earth observation is very commendable. In the face of changing climate, the need for available, accessible, and quality data is critical as ever. The technology needs assessment process, Santiago Network on lesson damage, national adaptation plans, global goal on adaptation, and biennial transparency report on the Paris Agreement are among key areas where the Earth intelligence could move the needle. We welcome the collaborations between GEO and the UNFCCC Technology Executive Committee to showcase the role of technology and innovation for improving risk knowledge and ensuring such information accessible and useful for policymakers in vulnerable countries in establishing early warning system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience. China, the floor is yours.
Okay. On behalf of the Chinese delegation, I would like to express my gratitude to the diligent efforts of GEO post-2025 working group, and also the unwavering support provided by the GEO Secretary. The strategy report is well prepared in such a short time, and invite speakers today. Well, the statement also confirms the significant value and the meanings of the guidance and the direction. China agrees to the adoption of the GEO 2024-25 strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Shall we go to Italy up next, please, ladies and gentlemen? And yes, a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of Italian delegation, Italian government, we would like to thank the working group that has been drafting this post-25 strategy. We really are committed to support the GEO community, the GEO Secretariat, all interested parties to achieve the goal that we have been highlighting in the post-25 strategy. Also, as a member of EuroGeo, we are committed to provide all the support for achieving this goal, and especially to lay down data-based, evidence, scientific-based solution to support policymakers, decision-makers, the society to achieve the goal and to solve the issues of global environmental pollution, climate, biodiversity loss, resilient society. So we are really committed to provide our strong support to the future activity to the next decade of GEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. South Africa.
Thank you very much. South Africa will want to add its voice to congratulate the hard work that has gone into putting together this post-2025 strategy. We are excited about the aspect of inclusion that really comes with this new strategy, because I think what we want to see is the difference of GEO, and the difference of GEO is its impact. Yeah. It's how those that are staying in the remote rural areas can begin to feel the impact and the value of Earth observations. It's how we are going to make a difference to people that are losing settlements, those that don't have access to food and shelter because of the devastating impact of climate change. So we therefore want to say one of the things that we really appreciate about this is us beginning to appreciate that the bulk or many of us that are here are probably having very limited borrowed time on Earth, and as a result we need to bring on board young people. Yeah. So the whole concept of starting to, even in planning for this event, embedding the so-called the GEO Youth Summit begins to build into what we see as the future of GEO post-2025. It is a future that we're going to co-create. It is a future that we're not going to create for others without their involvement. So for us, that aspect of inclusion is quite crucial and is one that we'll continue to support and sponsor. So we thank you, the team, for the good work, and that the kind of teamwork that we have shown during this short period of time is exactly what we will need when we move from strategy to implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. How the strategy deals with bread and butter issues on the ground. Absolutely vital. Shall we go to Senegal up next, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senegal would like to emphasize the congratulations that all delegates made to the committee who wrote the strategy. And I think it's heading us to a great momentum for mobilizing data to address global challenges, the three big ones of those challenges being air pollution, climate change, and biodiversity. And I really support the statement by UNFCCC for COP28 coming upward on Dubai, which is midway to the end point to Paris Agreement, though the importance of the global stocktake. And we have a good role to play into bringing all GEO information into that global stocktake. But this leads to the point that Senegal delegation would like to make is how do we value what we already have? GeoGlam, GeoBlue Planet, GeoBorn, and all those kind of good information that is laying out there, but which does not embrace the bottom-up approach whereby countries use those information to address the targets into biodiversity, air pollution, and climate change. So there's a lot of work to be done to value that set of information which is already there before we head to the new era of data and information that we are planning to do in the years coming. So thank you so much for the great work and looking forward to a fruitful cooperation. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Russian Federation, let's hand over to you. All right. Pardon me for that. Perhaps we can take it to Nigeria up next.
Thank you very much. Nigeria, we'd like to thank the team that put this wonderful work together. and the statement goes thus: Nigeria is happy and committed to the ideals and visions of GEO post-2025. The potentials of unlocking innovations brought by advances in Earth observation applications is pivotal to the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is determined to reposition the country for inclusive growth and development built on digital economy. This is made possible by Earth observation. We'd like to congratulate the GEO community for these timely strategies for good governance. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Mexico, we'd like to give you an opportunity for your intervention, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In Mexico, we have the commitment to international cooperation and recognition of the importance of the Earth observation to address the global challenges such as disaster risk reduction, climate change, reduced poverty, quality health and education services. We need to make informed decisions. We are convinced that Earth observation can contribute to advance sustainable development through informed decision-making. Mexico supports the adoption of the post-2025 strategy and reaffirms its commitment to continue participating in the thematic GEO initiatives, as well as to contribute with knowledge, capabilities, and leadership in the region through AmeriGeo initiative, of course, to implement implementation process, which we will require a joint effort to ensure equity, inclusion in our diversity region. And I want to stress the importance to work together with youth initiatives and indigenous alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Equity and inclusion, absolutely paramount. Ladies and gentlemen, UNCCD up next.
Thank you, moderator. The Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification has, in a number of past decisions, invited the Group on Earth Observations and its convening of both member states and Earth observation organizations to bring the collective intelligence of all members and partners towards a common approach to monitoring land degradation. The GEO Land Degradation Neutrality Flagship is a demonstration of the commitment GEO has shown in response to these decisions, and we are very grateful for the generous support the government of Germany has provided in hosting the GEO LDN Flagship Secretariat. We welcome the work of those who drafted the GEO Post-25 strategy, and particularly their efforts to bring land centrally into its text. We are encouraged by the progress of the GEO LDN Flagship in helping parties pursue land use planning that is truly inclusive and integrated across environmental, economic, and social objectives. We also welcome the new emphases in the strategy on indigenous peoples and local communities and look forward to how these developments will be made operational by the GEO Indigenous Alliance to truly leverage the indigenous and local knowledge and innovative approaches that are sure to follow. We equally applaud the progress made in engaging youth and hope that this will lead to a measurable uptick in ecopreneurship that will be vital to make land central to the solutions our planet urgently needs. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you. And then up next, I think you pronounce it, is it Cedare? C-E-D-A-R-E. Please give me an opportunity to learn by correcting my pronunciation before you make your
on behalf of CTICC, the Center for Environment and Development for the Arab region and Europe, we'd like to support the strategy and thank the working teams and congratulate the GEO member for this excellent strategy. In CDARI, we committed to use the Earth observation in achieving SDGs and climate change adaptation, and also for supporting the youth. And in this month, we will launching with the University of Ghana the Gaia Clubs, which is a community-based hubs to empowering young technical enthusiasts in digital innovation through hands-on skill training and collaboration. This will be in at least in 15 universities in Africa. And we also working with various stakeholders like investors in using renewable energy for using Earth observation, how to promote solar energy and the effect of dust in the solar power. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It sounds absolutely exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this will be the last of the interventions, if I am not mistaken. Be that as it may, please let's give an opportunity to WGIC to also have their say.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The World Geospatial Industry Council would like to support and commend the post-2025 working group for their work and reinforce the remarks of the panel for inclusivity. In particular, WGIC would like to support the comments of Emmanuel Pajot of the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies for encouraging more engagement of the commercial sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Phenomenal. I think the insights, the input has been absolutely invaluable. Much appreciated once more. Something that got me quite excited was the cross-pollination of ideas and, suggestions coming from all fronts that it really gave us food for thought. Much appreciated. I'm going to ask for, shall we call it closing comments? About a minute or so, just wrapping up some of the one or two items that came from the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and feedback and acceptance of this strategy. It's really exciting to hear that it's resonated with this community. And thank you also for the sobering reminders of the challenges that we face of the triple planetary crisis and how GEO as a community can tackle solutions towards the triple planetary crisis. And I think most of all, I'd like to thank you the passion that we heard from the Ghanaian intervention to remind everyone that we need this passion to drive solutions. And all of this community together needs collaborative, inclusive equity for all. So thank you so much. Much appreciated. Alejandro?
Yeah, also words of appreciation and gratitude for all the strong voices that we hear. Those voices has heard and take it in consideration loud and clear. We had our strategy. Yeah. I think we need to move on the next level, on the next step now is the action. We need to work on the implementation plan. We need to be accountable and result-oriented. We need to hear all the voices and incorporate in the action plan the financial sustainability, and also inclusivity, transparency, and participation is very important. And we need to measure our success. We need to incorporate key performance indicators in our work in order to measure the impact of what we are doing. Thank you very much to the working group, all the insight and the passion and the knowledge, the experience, and the wisdom you have put in this document. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, so now, with the strategy adopted and recommended to the Ministerial Summit for endorsement, indeed, we have our work cut out for us, and we look forward to that implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now take a lunch break, but once again, thank you, and thank you for your interventions. Please give yourselves a round of applause, please. With that said, please, the gala dinner invitations, remember right at the back there you can find Tabo for the invitations. And we are now going to break for lunch. We will see you 2 o'clock sharp this afternoon. Thank you once again. Thank you to my panelists. You have been amazing. Thank you. Thank you. That was great. So we're going to have to make sure that the information and the content and the collaboration is on par, because we don't want anybody feeling sluggish or sleepy after such an amazing, amazing lunch. Compliments to the chef. It was absolutely delectable. I myself enjoyed it as well. And now that we've received food for the tummy, it's now time for us to continue having food for thought. And it brings me great joy now to introduce to you the third session, which will no doubt also be thought-provoking and interactive and really spark a few ideas in our minds as we continue throughout the course of the day and throughout the course of the week. Now, as we embark on this afternoon segment of our program, let me introduce to you session 3. That's the Ministerial Declaration. A bit of background, if you will. The declaration has been drafted by the Ministerial Working Group over the course of this year and has undergone 2 consultation processes with the GEO community. Well, the declaration has been shared with the plenary for information, and the objective of this session really is to introduce some highlights from the declaration to the GEO plenary before it is presented to the ministers for adoption at the Ministerial Summit. And as you know, that will take place on Friday. So I'm pleased to introduce our speakers, Jasko Kasai from COSPA. We have Humbulani Mudau from the South African Space Agency, as well as Lawrence Friedel from NASA. They say ladies first, so maybe I should be stereotypical and ask Jasko to come and join us and give her presentation, please. Hand clap, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. So we'll try to introduce the Ministerial Declaration to you before it's shared with the ministers for adoption on Friday. The declaration was prepared. Next slide, please. So the declaration was prepared by the GEO Ministerial Working Group, which represented 4 out of the 5 regional GEO caucuses and several participating organizations, and was led by the self-nominated co-chair teams. Could you stand up, the working team? Ghana, Senegal, South Africa, could you stand up? Cambodia? Yeah. Could you stand up? The Ministerial Working Group team? Could you stand up? Yeah. Ghana, Senegal, South Africa, Cambodia, China, Japan, EC, France, UK, Canada, USA, Conservative Inter-COSPA. So we co-chairs thanks this great team, their energetic and enthusiastic contributions to all of the working group activities over past years. Also, we deeply grateful to the GEO Secretariat for their organization and leadership, particularly for Sam, Nicoletta, Christie. So now I pass the podium to my colleague, Lawrence, please.
Thank you, Jasko. Thank you so much. And so one thing I've actually learned this week already is that I think GEO needs a rugby team. And so Jasko and Humbulani, maybe now that we've got some time and the Ministerial Working Group needs something to do, maybe we can form that rugby team. So one of the things that we wanted to do was just sort of give you a quick highlights about the declaration. And so these are some of by the declaration by the numbers. In terms of it, from the very beginning, the working group recognized that we wanted to be positive and forward-looking with the declaration. We wanted to sort of position GEO as that organization to really help the world use Earth observations to help address some of those interconnected challenges, all of the interconnected challenges, whether they be from global to local issues. We wanted to endorse this strategy without repeating it. We wanted to emphasize inclusivity, and the biggest section in the declaration is all about the commitments and the actions that we need to be taking. And so we did all this in 2.5 pages. One of the things we recognize is the fact that it's for the ministers to endorse this declaration, but it's for us, this community, for us to use and to reference. It's to help guide us, it's to remind us, it's to motivate us. And so we wanted to walk you through some of the highlights. So, like I said, the declaration sort of endorses the strategy and endorses the concept of Earth intelligence. It charges GEO with developing this implementation plan. And it also supports the prioritization that we've been talking about and been hearing about and all. We recognize that, and the declaration talks about this need for this new operating model or an enhanced operating model. And we also wanted to embed EDI activities throughout the entire, so you'll see it throughout the entire declaration. A lot of us have been talking a lot about the multilateral environmental agreements, and so the declaration really emphasizes the continued need for that, as well as for the urgencies and the crises that are, and the interconnected crises that are facing us. In addition, we recognize that, and the declaration, really calls out the need to engage the youth. And that's certainly something that's already been raised here, and we'll be hearing about it more throughout the week, and especially at the summit. So we really wanted to sort of mention that and have that as part of the declaration. We also wanted to come back to some of the principles of GEO, and that's free and full and open data. And so we have references in there for open data when it comes to government and information from public resources. And we also wanted to really encourage the greater use of these multilateral licensing agreements for other types of data. So really wanted to get that in there. And overall, it's a matter of renewing the mandate of GEO to continue with its vital mission. That was certainly something. And then it wraps up with thanking the government of South Africa and the city of Cape Town for being such an amazing host. Now, one of the things we wanted to do is we wanted to notify you of a change that's happened since the Rev 1, which is the one you have available. And so we're doing this in full transparency as the working group and out of respect for the plenary. So it's a very small change to paragraph 1. You can read it here on the screen. We changed the language from endorse to renew the mandate, and we also eliminated the time frame. And so we recognize that time frames are more for a strategic plan, and they're not for GEO as an organization. And so this declaration sort of does that. So with that, we wanted to turn our attention to the summit, and for that, let me pass it over to our co-chair, Humbalani.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. I have the easiest task today, and just to introduce to the plenary the agenda, but I just also want to highlight the fact that you would have picked up from Lauren's presentation that we've put great emphasis on synergies between the declaration as well as the GEO Post 2025, and we would like to again thank the Secretariat in providing the support that they did in ensuring that there's that synergy. The agenda itself really starts at 9, with, of course, chaired by South Africa. And after the opening of the Ministerial, there will be a coffee or tour of exhibition. And we hope that all the exhibitors will be ready between 10 and 11 to showcase and demonstrate the work that we've been doing in the last decade. From 11 to 12:30, it's a session 2, which is going to be chaired by the US, as well as the European Commission. In the The third session, of course, the second session will be focusing on the GEO Post 2025 strategy, and there will be section 2.1 that's focusing on the strategy itself, as well as we expect interventions on equity and inclusion. You may have heard, for those who were at the opening session of the GEO Week, that the youth workshop or conference did happen in October, and they will also be presenting their youth declaration. And this is really exciting for us, particularly as we move towards the inclusion of youth in the work that we do in GEO. They will then will be followed up by the group photo lunch, and then lunch and section 3, which is critical, which will be chaired by South Africa, will be, of course, the presentation of the declaration, and then, of course, then ministers will be given an opportunity to make interventions in terms of endorsements. And then the last session, which is the session 3.2, which will be chaired by China, because China is going to take co-lead as the co-chairs of GEO. It will be looking at the inputs in terms of the implementation. And therefore, we would also open on 3.3 for additional remarks from those who are delegated by their ministers to make inputs, and then followed by the closing statements. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. Could we please also give a generous round of applause? On great work on formulating this ambitious and far-reaching declaration. We do appreciate your time and your effort, and I think I can take the liberty of speaking for most, if not all, in the room to say we look forward to seeing it adopted on Friday at the Ministerial Summit. So another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a job well done. Thank you very much, and much appreciated. We're now going to turn our attention to session 4. Thank you very much. The session 4 is titled Igniting Action, the GEO Global Ecosystem Atlas. So in this next session, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to dive a little bit deeper into the first of the 2 major programmatic efforts that GEO has been leading since last year's plenary. This is really a proof of concept, if you will, for the post-2025 strategy. The Global Ecosystems Atlas is an exciting global collaboration that's being incubated by the GEO community with the participation of key national and international players for biodiversity monitoring. I'm going to ask that you give us an opportunity to name the panelists first, and then I will introduce to you the moderator who's going to be taking over and chairing this particular session. So without further ado, it now gives me great privilege, joy, and honor to call upon Joanna Drake, Deputy Director General at DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Joanna is the first of our panelists for this session. Joanna will be joined by Ji Gao, the Director of the Satellite Application Center for Ecology and Environment within the Ministry of Ecology and Environment of China. We also have, for this particular panel, Miriam Grigg, the Deputy Director for International Sustainability, Regulation and Earth Observation Strategy within the Space Directorate at the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology of the United Kingdom. Please may you come to the stage, take a seat, and thereafter I'll introduce the moderator for you. Andrew Squorno, National Biodiversity Assessment Lead at the South African National Biodiversity Institute in South Africa, is another panel member for this particular session, as is Ahmed Raid, Senior Coastal Analyst within the Environment Management and Conservation Department at the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Technology of the Maldives. We look forward to this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, which will be chaired by Marco Lambertini, Special Envoy of the WWF International and convener of the Nature Positive Initiative. Marco will be our moderator for this session, steering the discussion in the right direction. As we mentioned, we can be more than generous with our applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please do give us a round of applause. Thank you, Marco.
Yes. Ayanda, thank you very much for your introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you. This is a bit of a new audience for me, but super excited. And I attended the whole session this morning. You already started on a very positive and exciting note with all your deliberation and the declaration just summarized in a minute. Today, we are going to talk about the Global Ecosystems Atlas, one of the flagship projects that you're all aware of. And I hope you would agree with me that for somebody that's been involved in these issues for quite a while, in the last, I would say, less than a decade, in the environmental space, environmental conservation space, something has been changing. And what has been changing is the fact that we're beginning to understand more clearly than ever before, on one hand, the impacts, and on the other hand, the dependencies on and from nature. And the picture is very clear. There's not going to be a prosperous and equitable, I would use the word safe, future for humanity, the children that Jana mentioned this morning, it is an opening speech, in a degraded planet. So the challenge is huge, but the opportunity is equally amazing. And we've seen in the last 10 years, again, the world come together around some historic agreement. The one on climate in Paris, of course, followed by, more recently, the one on nature, biodiversity, the Kunming-Montreal Agreement, setting some clear goals, clear pathways that will drive us to a sustainable future. Amazing commitments, very ambitious. They require everybody to play their part. But of course, you know better than everybody else that key element for any commitment to be truly fulfilled is to be able to measure progress. And so this is where we are today. Today we are discussing about a tool that on one hand is going to help harmonize the way we map ecosystems around the world, is going to represent a tool to foster, to enable access to data and to analytics, is a tool that also will help the users to develop understanding and capacity to use the Atlas to both plan actions but also report about progress. And this is ultimately and more importantly a tool that will drive action. Action on one hand, support the delivery of action, but also on the other hand, hold each other accountable towards the targets that we've been giving ourselves in the last decade on the environment. The GEO Secretariat has convened already a very active discussion about the Atlas. 2 workshops have been held, and the discussion is very advanced. There is a commitment, there is a plan to develop a beta project, a beta version of the Atlas before COP16 UN CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity COP16 next year, and This is also attached to a project with a budget around $800,000 that will be needed to really deliver the design of the Atlas and then get the Atlas really going. So today we're going to hear from a number of supporters of the Atlas, organizations, governments that have been involved in the design until now, and then we will open the floor for questions and comments for all of you in the audience, and obviously try to build understanding, but also ownership and support for this exciting flagship project under the GEO community. So enough for me, and I think we'll get straight away into bringing in some of the panelists and their comments. I will start actually with one, I would say, Generation Z type of approach to the first question. So just a few words, not 1 minute, not 2 minutes, just a few words about how do you perceive the Atlas and what you think is important and so critical. Joanna. And then there is a real question following up.
If it works, yeah, great. Yes. Okay, so if you look at biodiversity as a life support system of the Earth and ours, it is basically like, the heart rate monitor of the life support system, as it were. So what we're saying is that the Atlas is the key tool to monitor, measure, and manage our commitment towards what we promised on the global stage last year through the CBD, which is the Convention on Biodiversity for the first time in Montreal.
Terrific, Joanna, thank you. We're going to have a video. I think we finished this super quick round, and then we're going to have a video that introduces the Atlas. Dr. Go.
Yeah. I think after coming and mature meeting, also almost every person pay much attention to the biodiversity. So that's why I come here. But I suddenly find that I'm the most suitable person to join the meeting, because I find my name is GEO, is the brother of GEO, the old brother of GEO. You see, GEO. I also have another colleague, he is GEO, the younger brother. I'm the older brother of GEO. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Gao. Miriam.
Thank you. I did some thinking about a few words. It's very hard to summarize in just a few, but I'll give it a go. I think it's the Atlas for us. It's one system speaking one language. At the moment, we have so many different systems, and they're all incredibly valuable, but they don't speak to each other. So this is providing us with that one system in one language.
Sounds like a strap line to me already. Andrew.
Thanks. I think my perspective is that the Atlas is both a platform for products, but also a really important process. A process to bring coherence, as Miriam said, to quite divergent work that's going on in our sector, and bringing people together who probably aren't working together, and for the benefit of all of us.
Thank you, Andrew. Hamid.
I think it's a tough act to follow being at the end of the line. So, I mean, for a country like Maldives, it's a harmonizing tool which effectively measures our progress of conservation.
Fantastic, fantastic. And that's actually something that came up from this first question is important, because you all know that data exists. You are the providers of this data, but they don't come necessarily together in the harmonized way that we need to come together to be recognized globally and become a global tool. And I think you all raised this particular issue as an important challenge, but also an opportunity for the Atlas to fix. Great. Let's start now with the projection of the video. It's an introduction to the Atlas, and then we go into the main questions for the panel.
it is really quite important for us to begin to have this focus on ensuring that we collect as much as we possibly can around the global ecosystems. You want to be able to manage, you want to be able to protect, you want to be able to preserve. And you can't preserve or protect or manage what you don't know.
We need ecosystems to persist into the future, and part of that persistence requires management. And to manage ecosystems, we really need to know what they are. And the GEO Global Ecosystems Atlas is going to be a digital compendium where all that information about ecosystems comes together in one place to serve society.
The GEO Atlas provides an opportunity for countries like the Maldives to really understand and assess our biodiversity and have the data that's necessary for us to plan and implement our long-term adaptation efforts. This is a matter of life or death for countries like the Maldives.
The value of the Global Ecosystem Atlas is that it will ensure that our Pacific Island countries and territories have access to information that will help them make data-driven decision-making in terms of environment monitoring.
Atlas is bringing together an incredible experience and expertise from geospatial, remote sensing, conservation, ecological perspectives, but also national and global perspectives of different types. And that together allows us to map the extent, the distribution, and in time also the quality of the world's ecosystems. The Atlas is going to help governments, business, investors to contribute to a nature-positive future. This is what we owe to our future generations and all life on Earth. Great, thank you so much. Very, very clear, I think, introduction to what the Atlas is going to be all about. Let's move into a reverse order now. Hamed, I'm going to start with you. The Maldives has been so engaged in the conceptualization of the Atlas until now. Would you like to share with us also a little bit, first of all, the data needs for a country like Maldives, but also what are your expectations in terms of what the Atlas can offer to a country like your country?
Thank you, Marco. First of all, I would like to just thank the organizers, and I'm really happy to be here. And this is my first year, so I'm proud to be representing and honored to be representing my country, Maldives, here. And I'm honored to be here mainly to discuss the Maldives' commitment into this, the commitment to the Global Ecosystem Atlas, and also to shed light on our data needs. So as you may well know, majority of the islands of the Maldives are just a meter above sea level. So we have a lot of ecosystems across the Maldives, stretching north all the way down to the south. And all of these ecosystems are standalone and also interlinked and entwined. So we have a lot of areas that are abundant in data, but how do we gather it and have it in one place? And this is part of the reason why the Ecosystem Atlas is a crucial piece, a crucial tool for us. It's to harmonize all this data and to have it in one place. And a country like Maldives, it's fully dependent on the oceans around us, both for our economy and also our livelihood. It's both a driving factor and also a measure of how much of our ecosystems are degrading or how much of it is being conserved as we progress through the years. And it also measures our efforts in preserving this for the future generations to come. And this holds an immense value for us, mainly because it understands the baselines of our ecosystems, and we can track the changes It helps us adapt our conservation efforts and also aids us in data-driven decision-making. And with a clear understanding of the current state of our ecosystems, it also enables us to measure the efforts of conservation and fulfill our commitments under the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, NBSAP, and also the Global Biodiversity Framework more effectively. And in identifying ecologically and biologically significant areas, the Atlas aids us in recognizing key biodiversity areas that need special attention. So across the Maldives, we currently have 89 protected areas. And out of that, we have 5 areas with management plans. So put this into perspective, it's a large area, and we still need to properly understand our ecosystems and to know just what we are protecting and to how much protection is required. And this also identifies critical migratory pathways, and we can safeguard critical areas and routes for species and support in the global biodiversity conservation efforts as well. And our active endorsement of the Global Ecosystem Atlas stems from our deep commitment to preserving our rich biodiversity and supporting sustainable development. We look forward to practical support and collaboration from the international community to meet our data needs and together make a significant difference in safeguarding our marine ecosystems and biodiversity. Thank you.
Ahmed, thank you very much for that input. So Andrew, now we come into South Africa. South Africa also has been very deeply engaged in the development of the concept of the Atlas, but also, let me just say, not because you're the host country, but South Africa is one of the leading countries in biodiversity monitoring. Very sophisticated, you've done this for many years. What also would be great to hear also what are the lessons that you learned that could be shared in shaping the global ecosystem atlas.
Thanks, Marco. We feel like the rugby team, much appreciated, maybe overstating it a little. We're not the world champions of monitoring. So ecosystem level thinking and indeed monitoring and assessment is very well entrenched in South Africa. And in other parts of Africa as well. And we've always seen this as a massive complement to looking through the world through a species lens. So the species are really working at a species level is complemented by looking at an ecosystem level. And if you're going to do this, you have to have good ecosystem maps and typologies. That's the foundational data that drives the whole endeavor. And luckily in South Africa, we started in the 30s with quite agricultural focused, beautiful hand-drawn maps of the landscape that evolved over 70 years into very detailed, beautifully described vegetation formations of the country. Now, those were almost, that sort of matured in the 2000s and was almost immediately taken up into systematic conservation planning and saw use in decision-making through the efforts of the South African biodiversity community. So we really didn't just develop maps, we put them to use, both in a planning sense and then also in a reporting sense, as Marco said. So we did start in a terrestrial world and we moved into an aquatic world where our marine scientists and estuarine scientists and freshwater scientists soon came along and came up with equivalent maps of ecosystems in those realms. And so we're very lucky to have that wall-to-wall ecosystem maps across the country. Now, we really want to kind of, in terms of lessons, illustrate 2 key points, is that iterative improvement, and collaboration are key. Iteration is because mapping ecosystems is not a theoretical exercise. You have to have something to put in front of people, and then they can chew on it and argue with it and improve it. And then you can iteratively improve over time. And that, we have been the beneficiaries of that. So that's a big lesson that we would share. And then collaboration. I mean, our national ecosystem map has 500 authors, at least. 500, that's a lot of contributors with in-depth local knowledge of those ecosystems. So we've seen the value of this ecosystem approach. We are very excited by this because it almost validates our efforts on ecosystem level work. We've been interested in this approach. So to see this potentially happening at a global level is extremely exciting. And what GEO can do that we certainly can't do is bring the incredible Earth observation community's power to the party, and with the lowly ecologists, to be able to blend those two bottom-up and top-down kind of information is extremely exciting. So that's where we stand on the process. Thanks.
Brilliant, brilliant, Andrew. I think the global to local connection is absolutely critical, but also I love your point, which I can paraphrase as, let's not make the perfect enemy of the good, and let's improve as we move forward. This is coming from experience, I can tell. Miriam, you're representing the UK, another country that has been truly a champion for biodiversity conservation over the decades. I have to say, you probably are the first country to have promoted this concept of nature positive legislation, regulation to really drive transitions towards sustainable practices in society and your economy. How do you see the Atlas contributing both to your domestic ambitions, but also to the way you support internationally many countries around the world?
Thanks so much. And Andrew, those were amazing maps. I think it showed us how it can help the whole biodiversity community, and absolutely agree it will be empowering. As you say, biodiversity is really important to the UK, to the government, also to our King, and this is the first international collaboration of its kind to agree on standards and integrate the existing maps, generate new data, and give us a harmonized tool which we really need to handle the challenges ahead. We are very excited to announce that the UK will be providing funding of $180,000 towards the Atlas, and thank you. We're really pleased to say that. We want to support it fully, and we encourage other countries to follow our lead and do the same. We absolutely want to use it for both domestic but also our international policy objectives to ensure that our experts can feed into the design of it and certify that it complements what we're doing domestically, but also monitoring our domestic work to monitor ecosystems, and as you said, our nature positive laws, which it will really assist, as well as our wider natural capital programs. We also want to make sure there's greater integration internationally. So one thing that we'll use it for is better monitoring of our UK overseas development aid investments, for example, our Blue Planet Fund, and it will make sure that what we are spending through those funds is smarter, more targeted, and more efficient. So we see it as a really valuable tool that we're going to use in many different ways. Thanks.
No, thank you, Miriam, and thank you for your announcement and the support. I was about to ask for an applause. It was unprompted, and now you got a second one. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Go, I think coming to you now. We have here another champion of biodiversity, not only because you were behind the whole concept of the redlining in China that started to define key areas for biodiversity that should be conserved and protected and sustainably managed. But of course, I had the pleasure to interact a lot with your minister, Mr. Zhao, and Minister Wang as well on the GBF. China was the president of the COP15, the historic Paris moment for nature. And so you drove the world to agree to that ambitious plan with the support of all the countries that you have here on the panel and many others. So in your experience of managing, monitoring biodiversity in China, again, what are the lessons that you can share that will inform and help the Atlas to be a successful tool?
Thank you. I think China have a long time of experience to share with the world. In terms of the biodiversity monitoring, you mentioned, I think we accumulated a long time of experience. First, I think Chinese government quite gave importance to the biodiversity monitoring. That's laid a very good basis for us to have long-term and steady expert teams. Actually, we not do this work by one team. We have a long time of teams to do this work. And the important is that the experts come from the different departments and the sectors, including the natural resources, the ecology and the environment, the forest, and the grassland. And another I want to say is that we not only monitoring the status of biodiversity, we are also monitoring the human activities and climate change, because we realize that the human activities and climate change are the main causes for the loss of biodiversity. So now in China, every 2 months, we are monitoring the human activities in the natural reserve, in the national park, in the ecological conservation red light. I think this work is quite important because we could find the illegal human activities and we could timely stop the activities to reverse or haunted loss of biodiversity. I think this is one of the reasons why some indigenous species, such like the jade pine, now become from the endangered to the vulnerable. The second question you asked is that how we can contribute to the Atlas globally. I think we can do this work in many aspects. First, I think we have the rich resources of satellite imaging that could be shared with other countries. And second, I think we are willing and could establish the teams to join the Atlas directly. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gao. By the way, completely coincidentally, Dr. Gao and I will be leading for the Chinese government a policy study on the GBF implementation, so we'll make sure that the element of ecosystem mapping is strong in the outcome of that study. Joanna, European Commission, European Union, I wouldn't know where to start, where to end in listing the many things you've done for the biodiversity and environmental agenda, the Green Deal overall, the latest regulation on deforestation, nature restoration law. The first directives on the environment were approved by the European Union in the mid-70s. So, how do you see the Atlas, and what do you think the Commission, how do you think the Commission can support this important effort?
I'm really happy that a year after the Kunming summit, COP rather, on biodiversity, we are actually sitting here in the context of GEO and actually discussing of making an ecosystem of ecosystems, actually. For monitoring and for reporting on the Kunming promises and parameters that that were agreed to in Kunming. I mean, this was a far cry. One has to put things in context. You mentioned the 1970 directives coming from the European Union. the CBD, the Convention for Biodiversity, it was at least going on for 20 plus years. Nobody had thought that the Paris moment for biodiversity would actually be in Kunming. But I'm really proud to be sitting here with my colleagues and all of you in the context of GEO, and we're actually talking about a tool that is actually wanting to be the tool of the tools, to be more effective on the ground. And I think this is exactly what we are trying to do together here. Now, your question is, how are we going to help that? What I'm trying to say, first of all, is that we welcome very much the efforts to create the concept of Atlas, number one. Number two, of course, as European Union, in the same way that we have been pioneering many environmental international obligations and also targets, we will also be looking at ways of how we help the implementation of Atlas and give it the momentum in which it was born. So I would mention here not only Copernicus, of course, but so many other networks, platforms, data efforts, scientific knowledge and scientific support services for biodiversity that already exist. And I mentioned GKSSB, for instance, or IPBS, which are very well known. And I do mention them here with the intention to say, let's build on what already is there and give therefore Atlas an even faster speed to be effective worldwide. And I would encourage GEO also to make use of these outputs from the different platforms in order to ensure that it starts really, hits the ground running, as they say. Because this is the moment. We're celebrating like 12 months later, this big deal that was actually signed in Montreal, and it's actually becoming much more of a reality for so many countries around the world. And I was really happy to hear from our panelists from Maldives what the needs are, and I think this is exactly the point. But maybe to be a bit more direct about, how the EU will also be endeavoring and is already endeavoring to help directly the Atlas tool, is that, first of all, within our huge Horizon Europe research and innovation program, there is already an action there which comes in the context of our EU-China flagship initiatives for the monitoring, international cooperation on the monitoring on biodiversity and ecosystem monitoring technologies under GEO. And this, like all the other Horizon Europe projects, are open to any partners around the world. And my information is that this is still an open call, which I think will be closing in February, if I'm correct. Yes, I'm seeing the nodding from my Commission colleagues. Secondly, we do have a joint research center, which has not only a knowledge center on biodiversity, by the way, which had been already initiated, I think, 3 or 4 years back, and which is therefore gathering so much, not only data, expertise, and insights, from so many sources, and therefore is also available to provide expertise. So that is another way of how, we are also inputting the needs of expertise into the Atlas tool. But also, thirdly, we are also looking at other possibilities, which we'll be happy to announce later on in the coming months, that we'll be making also available for the GEO Secretariat that can help develop the necessary infrastructure and tools as well for Atlas to be a very effective tool.
Joanna, thank you very much. Very, very encouraging, this last comment, but particularly your point about time is of essence here, and we need to hit the road running. We need to start monitoring in an harmonious way, and we need to start reporting vis-à-vis the GBF commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we don't have a group of panelists here. We have a group of champions of conservation of biodiversity and sustainable use. So please join me in giving them a big round of applause for the first round of inputs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And now we go into the questions. As usual, please raise your country or organization flag. And I don't know how, but the team will miraculously spot you in the room and send me a WhatsApp. In fact, I'm not doing WhatsApp on emails here. I'm just checking the questions. So let's see who wants to break the ice. I can see a couple of flags up, but I'm waiting for the messages to confirm. South Africa is the first country, and Canada to follow.
Good afternoon. South Africa welcomes the Atlas as a practical and early demonstration of the commitment by GEO to advance Earth intelligence. The GEO Global Ecosystems Atlas is crucial to showcase the power of Earth intelligence in advancing global environmental objectives. As South Africa, we are known for our incredible biodiversity and eagerly anticipate the potential impact of this innovative initiative. As one of the most biodiverse countries in the world, we recognize the immense value and the potential impact this initiative can bring to our efforts in conservation and sustainable development. We especially welcome the inclusion of both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems into the Atlas. The Atlas has the potential to shed light on the functioning and challenges faced by fragile and intricate ecosystems, aid in the preservation of endangered species, and to guide and support action to enhance the functioning of all Earth's ecosystems. It is an exciting impact-focused intervention at the global level that aligns perfectly with our commitment to safeguarding the rich natural heritage that South Africa and the world at large are fortunate to possess. The South African National Biodiversity Institute is leading our efforts in maintaining the rich biodiversity of South Africa and in implementing the post-2020 biodiversity framework at the national level. By supporting Digital Earth Africa, we made significant efforts over the last years in working with data providers to facilitate access to higher resolution Earth observation data. Such efforts need to be at the heart of GEO post-2025. I thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. Canada.
Thank you. This is an important initiative for Canada as we currently support the GeoBond headquarters in Montreal and have ongoing involvement in the Ecosystem Atlas. GeoBond provides scientific and technical expertise to the project and has demonstrated best practices with user-driven solutions and partnership engagement. The Atlas, as conceived, would provide a platform for ecosystem data products from the Global Biodiversity Observing System recently proposed by GeoBond. Canada acknowledges that existing biodiversity observation networks in several member countries could also offer data and technical support to the Atlas project, and we look forward to seeing the Atlas enable the detection of temporal changes and ecosystem extents arising from both natural and human drivers. In addition, the linkage to the Convention on Biological Diversity and connections made between GEO initiatives such as GeoBond and EO4EA in support of biodiversity and ecosystem management are important. The EO4EA initiative is important for ecosystem accounting and measuring nature's value to society and to support our efforts to meet the targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And strong linkages should be made with the Atlas. Canada will continue to share our expertise and knowledge in support of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Netherlands and then France.
Thank you. The Netherlands, of course, also welcomes this initiative. I want to ask the project team to look at other initiatives and other cooperations that are going on. In the last couple of months, I've received information from various ongoing partnerships. UNEP is working on what they call a big data revolution for ecosystems. UNEP Kenya is involved in that. The CEOS organization has biodiversity as a priority in their activities. I know that UNEP and ESA has a collaboration on biodiversity. So we see a lot of activities happening. I think there are many, many stakeholders involved, which means there are many users, there are many expectations. It means that you have a lot of challenges. And I think one of the challenges is let's say, to come to a project approach that is that's viable and that leads to what sometimes is called minimum viable products that really serves users. And then the question is, which users are you going to target? So it's a big challenge. You have a lot of, there are lots of questions out there, and I'm looking forward to, let's say, the next steps in your activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Netherlands and France, and then Germany.
Thank you. The French delegation welcomes the GEO Global Ecosystem Atlas initiative, which addresses a real need and major challenges. We suggest focusing from the outset of achievable and concrete objectives, particularly in terms of geographical scope, and targeting as a priority the areas of interest identified by COP27, tropical forests, peatlands, mangroves, and coral reefs. It is proposed that scientific priorities be defined and that the results can be valorized for each country of interest in the form of a carbon certificate, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, France and Germany, and after that, Ghana.
Thank you very much. The Global Ecosystem Atlas is an important and exciting activity, no doubt, but please allow me to give some more general remarks to the incubator concept. In principle, Germany supports the basic idea of incubators to better integrate multiple GEO work plan activities. A transparent process is needed when decisions on incubator topics are taken and when incubators are being initiated. GEO's member states and participating organizations should always be in the loop, of course. And in addition, incubators should not lead to any disadvantages for the GEO flagship initiatives. The flagship initiatives are successful and should be further supported and expanded. There is no one side or the other. From our point of view, incubators could become additional GEO flagships in future if they fulfill the defined conditions of becoming flagship initiatives. But first, however, incubators need to be further elaborated, and we're here on a good way and should be implemented with success. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Germany. Ghana, and then the United States.
All right, thank you very much. Ghana really welcomes this nice initiative. In fact, Ghana sees the Global Ecosystem Atlas as the heartbeat of GEO because in Ghana and in most parts in West Africa, what we see is that biodiversity ecosystem services are threatened by issues of poor land use planning. And one thing I want to emphasize here is that the Ecosystem Atlas is not just going to be a static map there, it has to be a living map that we can go in order to see and address the issues nationally in terms of going forward sustainable land use planning in order to protect some of these things that we are talking about. One other thing that is important is that I think the Ecosystem Atlas system will also allow us the possibility, especially from developing countries, from a Ghana perspective, that the use of multi-user licenses becomes very important for us to be able to create the necessary standards that we need in order to co-share and to co-own the Global Atlas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghana. United States and then Japan.
Thank you. The United States endorses the development of the GEO Global Ecosystems Atlas and recognizes its importance as a GEO nexus area. The United States is pleased to have been deeply involved in the conceptualization and planning of the Global Ecosystems Atlas from its inception. In particular, the U.S. Geological Survey and NASA have provided critical and foundational scientific support, including the development of the initial science vision and framework. We understand that the Atlas is being co-developed by key stakeholders from the ecosystem conservation status and ecosystem accounting communities, and it is envisioned as a living and long-enduring resource, serving the many applications that require information on ecosystem extent and condition. We applaud contributions to the Atlas, such as the $180,000 announced today by the UK. We recognize that the endorsements of the Atlas by the UN Convention on Biological Diversity and the UN System for Environmental and Economic Accounting attest to the need for a single, standardized, authoritative resource on ecosystem extent for reporting to UN conventions and other multilateral environmental agreements, such as the Sustainable Development Goals. The United States looks forward to working with GEO members and organizations to advance the Atlas towards its vision of a useful and open map-based resource providing curated, vetted, high-quality information on Earth ecosystems, and are committed to continuing to support the GEO Secretariat in the realization of that vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States, Japan, and then China.
Since the final recommendations of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, TNFD, was released in this September, the interest in nature-related data, including biodiversity, is generally increasing in Japan. The Expert Committee on Earth Observation in Japan takes up biodiversity as one of the major topics and will proceed supports and collaboration with the community related with ecosystems and biodiversity, such as GEO-BON and AP-BON, Asia-Pacific Biodiversity Observation Network. Global Ecosystem Atlas can contribute to biodiversity conservation through Earth intelligence, and we would like the GEO Secretariat to clarify its targets, systems, and resources, as well as share the process transparently to the GEO community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan, China, and then that concludes the intervention from the governments, I think, and we move to the next ones. Please, China.
Okay, thank you. Our observation is that the Ecological Atlas Incubator will promote the GEO Facilitator. In the past decades, the Chinese government has emphasized on biodiversity monitoring and conservation, not only in terrestrial area, but also marine areas, especially in the following three areas. Firstly, the national standards, such as the specification for marine survey, monographies related to Chinese marine species and atlas, and also a marine biological sample bank has been established. Last but not least, methodologies and tools. Actually, we already developed rapid detection technologies and also systems for significant harmful species, including marine red tide. And also, we launched a lot of projects at a nationwide monitoring of mangrove distribution and coral bleaching. Through all these activities, China has the capability to monitoring evolving conditions in the well-being of offshore marine ecosystems. Now we are willing to share our expertise and data in marine biodiversity, and we are ready to participate in the Global Atlas together with all the memberships to provide GEO Foundation framework to the GEO and support GEO from Earth observation to Earth intelligence. Thank you.
China, thank you very much. And now, actually, we have another government intervention, Italy.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon. Italy is very supportive of this Global Ecosystem Atlas, considering the key role that ecosystem and ecosystem quality play at any geographical scale with respect to climate, to global pollution and biodiversity loss. So we encourage, however, a close coordination with ongoing initiatives and the European project and national project that can well leverage the effort. And also Italy agrees with solicitation from Germany that proposing that this incubator, in order to avoid confusion in terminology, can become a flagship as well, just to make things simple and that everyone can understand what we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Italy. Now we move to the UNCCCD.
Thank you. The UNCCD embraces something called the Land Degradation Neutrality Response Hierarchy, which includes avoiding degradation through conservation, which we include, but of course we push that towards CBD because they do the hard work there. But it also includes sustainable use of land already converted for agriculture and restoration for what's been broken. This response hierarchy has been adopted in a variety of other processes, including the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and it is central to the Global Biodiversity Framework, where Target 3 is focused on protection, Target 10 on sustainable agriculture, and Target 2 on restoration. The UNCCD has fully embraced the Ecosystem Atlas for all of the reasons shared by the excellent interventions by our panelists. That said, we have noted a narrowing of the focus of the Atlas to the conservation of nature and natural ecosystems. We hope that the original much broader scope of the Atlas, including agroecosystems, will be maintained and that the focus will include not only protection but also sustainable management of lands already converted to agriculture and the restoration of degraded ecosystems. Finally, the early discussions of the Atlas development focused on a major gap, which is central to a number of Global Biodiversity Framework goals and targets, as well as effective implementation of LDN, which is known as ecosystem extent. We encourage the development of the Atlas to address ecosystem extent as early as possible, building on the typology developed by IUCN and the ongoing work of other organizations, including USGS, to name just one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UNCCD, and now Space Enabled.
Thank you. The Space Enabled Research Group is an associate member, and we're an academic research organization located at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. We are fully supportive of the initiative to form a global ecosystem atlas, and we propose that universities could play a key role once decided by the members and Secretariat, and we are eagerly looking forward to opportunities to collaborate. Our team has a mission of applying satellite Earth observation in support of sustainable development goals in collaboration with policymakers who have a mandate to pursue the SDGs. Many of our projects have focused on SDGs number 14 and 15. With invitations from leaders around the world, some who are in the room, and with funding from NASA's Ecological Conservation Program, we have already worked in collaboration with policymakers to build related ecosystem maps at the local, national, and regional level. For example, we have results like this topic in West Africa, in tribal territories in the United States, and in coastal ecosystems in South America and Indonesia. We are encouraging GEO members to look for opportunities to invite universities to use our current results and skill sets to contribute to the Atlas initiative. For example, it may involve sharing our methodologies with each other, supporting training activities, communicating about the benefits of ecosystem mapping to the public, developing new mapping and validation methods, training and collaborating with youth, as well as collaborating with artists and other members of civil society to communicate the benefits. In our team, in the spirit of the environmental intelligence, we regularly apply Earth observation in combination with social science and policy analysis, both to identify impacts of environmental change on society and to find gaps in technology in the Earth observation systems that need to be designed for the future. Again, we fully support the initiative and thank you for the opportunity to express this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Space Enabled. We have actually two additional interventions. First, Senegal.
Thank you. Okay. Senegal again welcomed Atlas and congratulated GEO for these initiatives. And we are sure that it will be very relevant. Also, to mention that Senegal also is involved in other initiatives that, doing more or less similar product. In the kind, we'll mention what we're doing with the Obapama program, which is also funded by EU. And also GGMS program, also we're working in the wetlands and floodings areas. And we think that also this product will be relevant to the atlas. And so we are ready also to share this. Also to mention that also we, still for leveraging with all the initiatives, ongoing initiatives, UN Environment is also doing kind of what we call Atlas of Capital, African Ecosystem Capital. I think also it will be good to liaise with UNEP to see, UN Environment, how we can collaborate in these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senegal. And now, Esri.
Thank you. Esri supports GEO's vision and commitment to map and share the world's ecosystems as a foundational information service that's critical to tasks like ecosystem accounting and protecting biodiversity, and to prioritize policies, monitor progress, and facilitate UN reporting. As a GEO associate, Esri has participated in the early framing discussions and is fully committed to engaging with the GEO team going forward and supporting the rapid development of an interactive ecosystem atlas, inclusive of the best scientific approaches and delivering the information in an easily accessible way for all to use.
Thank you very much, Esri, for your contribution, which I think is the last. I don't see any other request for interventions. So, first of all, the message, which is pretty consistent, heard today from the panelists, which was no surprise, I have to say, but also for the interventions from the floor, is of great support for this effort. Is, I would say, a long due, is very timely because of the commitments that the world has been crystallizing over the last few years, and particularly recently on the biodiversity area. And it is a tool that will harmonize, will bring together, integrate, create access, drive action, and make sure that data don't remain data, but actually translate in change, in the change that we know needs to happen in many different ways around our society, our economy, the way we plan and land and use land and waters, but also a tool that will deliver, at the end of the day, safety for our economies, our society, as all and as individuals, and most importantly, for generations to come. We heard a lot of support in this room, which is fundamental to get the ownership of the GEO community moving forward. Obviously, what we need, increased political commitment. You need to make sure that happens back into your capitals, and at the same time, of course, the financial support that is needed to get the whole process going. This is fundamental now to make the Atlas become a reality. And I have no doubt that that support will materialize soon. We heard already some concrete commitments today. And with that, I would say I leave this meeting personally extremely excited. I think you probably realize that I'm very fond about this project. I think it's extremely important, can be a game changer truly for biodiversity conservation, restoration, and sustainable use at the same time. And so it's down to us now to support in concrete terms this first phase of the ecosystem atlas by developing the first beta version and excite the world in rallying around this absolutely critical tool to deliver a sustainable future. So join me again to a warm applause for the panel and to all of you that has made an intervention today. This is very, very, very exciting. And thank you for inviting me. Thank you. And
Can we please hear another round of applause for the panel and for Marco, who did a fantastic job facilitating that. Thank you so much. I think I share in your enthusiasm. I'm equally as excited, and I see what you mean, that this was not a group of panelists, it was a group of champions indeed. A job well done, much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break now, just a coffee break for about 30 minutes or so. Let's reconvene at 4 o'clock for the last session of the day. We'll start promptly so that we can wrap it up before the gala dinner. It promises to be another thought-provoking, exciting one. It is one that is looking at heat resilience, so you don't want to miss that. After the coffee break, do join us. Thank you.
没有，他们其实都准备的差不多了，然后报一台。
领导什么都关注了，哎，廖主任来问我，为什么别人有牌子，我们 C 办是没有，我们办是没来日。
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you once more. I'm going to ask that we please do take our seats so we can continue with the fifth session for the day. Let's take our seats, please, wrap up conversations, exchange that business card or two so that we can commence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, but no doubt it's been an impactful, informative one, and all of us are all the better having been here, I believe. Now let's turn our attention to the fifth session for the day, driving collaboration for early warnings for all, the GEO Global Heat Resilience Service. So, welcoming you all back from the coffee break, let's take our seats, let's get ready to take a closer look at what it all means and have a deeper discussion about GEO's Global Heat Resilience Service. This is one of GEO's post-2025 incubated projects. This service will provide a key input to advancing the UN-led Early Warnings for All initiative, providing intelligence on health risks from extreme heat to urban areas worldwide. Well, in this session, we'll explore the significance of the Global Heat Resilience Service, the role that it plays in fostering climate resilience, and how exactly it can empower cities to act to reduce the impact of extreme heat on communities and economies. And as you can see, I am not alone. I'm joined by esteemed guests here, my panelists who will provide input and insight. Please allow me to introduce them to you before they say a word or two. First, please join me in welcoming Johan Stander, the Director of the Services Department at the World Meteorological Organization, or WMO, a special GEO participating organization that hosts the GEO Secretariat. Johan will provide the global policy context on the Early Warnings for All initiative, spearheaded by the WMO, and the emerging collaboration between WMO and GEO around heat resilience as a contribution to the Early Warnings for All. Please give him a round of applause as I've just introduced him. Oh boy, that's an awfully sluggish start. There we go. Thank you very much. We're also honored to have Julie Turton, the Climate and Health Program Director and One Health Lead at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the US, also Executive Director of the National Integrated Health or Heat Health Information System, I should say, and co-lead for the Global Heat Health Information Network. Well, Julie is a longtime GEO collaborator, and she'll present the concept for the Global Heat Resilience Service, sharing her insights on the importance of heat health risk knowledge. A round of applause for Julie, please. And coming to us from Cape Town is Alderman Eddie Andrews, that's the Deputy Mayor here, who will provide a valuable perspective on the local experience of Cape Town, also known as the mother city here by South Africans, a city coping with extreme heat and practical implications of the Global Heat Resilience Service for understanding heat risks in urban areas. May we please give him a round of applause? Ladies, Jessica Cavendish is also here with us, Head of Implementation for Africa of C40 Cities, a global network of nearly 100 mayors of the world's leading cities that are united in action to confront the climate crisis. Well, Jessica will offer insights into the needs and role of cities in designing and implementing the Global Heat Resilience Service. Can we please hear it for Jessica? Last, but most certainly not least, we have Lennox Gladden, CEO, or GEO, I should say, Principal Alternate of Belize, and Chief Climate Change Officer of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management. In addition to a member country perspective, Lennox will also share his insights on global policy landscape as activity lead of the Technology Executive Committee, we also know it as TEC, to the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, or the UNFCCC. May we please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, with such a distinguished panel of experts, we're looking forward to a session that's filled with diverse perspectives and insights. So without further delay, please let us delve deeper into session 5, Driving Collaboration for Early Warnings for All, the GEO Global Heat Resilience Service. And to do the honors, allow me to call upon Johan Stander. Thank you.
Thank you, Anyana. It's always good. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Is that better? All right, let me stand right close, like those people do when they want to be heard. Thank you, Ayana, and I also would like to say, Yana, congratulations on the excellent week so far. And I must confess, I was very happy to come, as Cape Town is my mother city. I originally do come from Cape Town, and it's always nice to come and visit from time to time. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our experts, and in particular, those practitioners for GEO. Please allow me to say a couple of words on behalf of the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, who I represent today. Would you like me to use this one? Okay. I believe it is time to start the talk by highlighting those risks currently facing our world at the moment. If we look at the next year or two, or even for the next 5 years, the major risks are all underlined by climate, and we cannot run away from it. We've got to make sure that we all work in a collaborative manner, as we've heard earlier today already. And that is what the WMO is trying to do with its 150-year history. We try to address, especially addressing the preparedness and reducing loss of life, livelihoods and critical infrastructure from hydrological events. This is our strategic priorities for the next 10 years. On the 23rd of March last year, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres made an ambitious statement. He said that everybody on the planet should be protected by early warning systems within 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, he requested the WMO to set up an action plan, which we did, and we presented that at the Conference of the Parties last year, which they all adopted. And the time clock started last year. And after 1 year, we've got to provide a progress report within the next couple of weeks, which the UNSG will present to everybody. I'm quite fortunate to be the global coordinator with regards to the technical implementation of the early warning services for all action plan. And it's very nice and really an honor to work with people like Yana and her team and the GEO people, because we can't do this alone. And within this, I would like to highlight that the UNSG did underscore the importance of the information to ensure that we are all aligned and make sure that we are protected by storms, heat waves, floods, and droughts, just to name a few. The WMO's Congress this year, a couple of months ago, made early warnings for all a priority one of their next strategic plan for 24 to 2027. And within this complex environment we live in, heat is one of those actions under strategic objective 1.2 with regards to heat. And we're working very closely with our partners, in particular Julie and her team, and she'll provide more information on that a little bit later. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a successful early warning system relies on a multi-hazard early warning system approach. And we can't do this alone. It needs to be a people-centric multi-hazard early warning system. And we all know that early warnings is a proven adaptation measure. Early warning saves lives, and each dollar we spend on infrastructure with regards to early warning systems, we've got the proof from the World Bank, gives us a $15 return of investment. And we've got no choice than to convince governments and politicians and private sector, NGOs, everybody, to work with us and invest in infrastructure, in sustainable infrastructure for everybody. If we look at multi-hazard early warning systems worldwide, it's very clear that only half of the world at the moment is covered by multi-hazard early warning systems. We started with the implementation of early warning services with the first 30 countries as identified by the UNSG. And all of these countries we've started, none of them's got multi-hazard early warning systems. But what's most important, where we can work very closely with GEO, is the part with regards to legislation. Only 30% of our member states got legislation in place when it comes to multi-hazard early warning systems. And I'm sorry to say this is not acceptable. We've got to start from the top down before we can start from bottom up from a behavior point of view. It's very clear that Africa in particular and the small island states require early infrastructure, and we need your support to enhance the early warning for all success. If we look at the 4 pillars of a successful implementation of a multi-hazard early warning system, as we've heard earlier, GEO is supporting the implementation, in particular a partner and a co-lead of Pillar 1 with regards to risk knowledge, and also with regards to Pillar 2 on infrastructure. I've indicated earlier, we've got to make sure that we understand the local, the national, the regional, and the global needs for the implementation of the technical, financial, as well as the political environment when we have our regional workshops. I'm not going to go into too much detail of the work we do with GEO on heat. Julie's going to comment on that further. But I would like to underline that we are not doing this alone. The UNSG did not say, the WMO, you must own it. It said you must lead it. And with that, he said that all UN agencies will work together. That was the first time in the UN history where he said UN agencies work together towards one common goal, and that is to protect lives and livelihoods. Before I end, I just would like to underscore the following, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the curtains on this important session on driving collaboration for early warnings for all, I'm inspired by the collective commitment that has characterized our time together. The collaborative effort showcased here highlights that the responsibility for early warning transcends boundaries. It is shared endeavor that requires the active participation of governments, scientists, technology innovators, humanitarian agencies, and communities. Let us carry the spirit of Ubuntu. And those who don't know what it stands for, it means roughly, I am because of who we all are. Because only then can we succeed. With that, I thank you. Merci beaucoup. Muchas gracias. Shukran. Shishi. And I dare to say, Nkos and bye dankie.
Well, thank you so very much. I think you left it on such a salient point, Johan. We really appreciate you for highlighting the enormous opportunity for GEO-WMO collaboration to support the implementation of the Early Warnings for All initiative. Indeed, this really helps to underline the importance of UN Secretary General's call to invest in comprehensive early warning systems that cover heat waves and other climatic hazards. And we heard Johan refer to Julie quite a number of times during his address. So Julie, you certainly have your work cut out for you. Will you come and fill in the blanks, as it were? Thank you.
Yes, Johan, you set me up, didn't you? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed colleagues and delegates and GEO members. I want to say colleagues and friends because I am honored to be here, and I have been with the GEO community for quite some time, so it's really an honor to see how it's grown and to be here speaking to you about such an innovative idea that Jana has started under her leadership with this whole incubator. So, make sure I know how to do that. All right. So how many of you noticed a change in the heat waves or the extreme heat this summer? Anybody's place getting hotter? Anybody had a heat wave when you weren't expecting it? Anybody had a longer heat wave than you were thinking you would have? I figured. Well, guess what? This might be the coolest summer you've seen in a while, because look at that map. This is a projection of what we can expect in the future, and you can see that even we're looking at 6 to 8 degrees of maximum change. What we're seeing now is just a couple of degrees, so we don't really even know what the world looks like when it gets as warm as it's projected to get. And the thing is, it doesn't really matter so much about the future because we are already seeing it now. This is not something that we can wait to do. We were talking about urgency earlier, and Jana mentioned, why are we here? It's partly for the children, and it's partly for us. The time is now, and we really have to do something about heat. It kills people. It kills economies. The expected projection of $2.4 trillion of economic losses. And about 500,000 people die every year for heat. We know that those numbers are underestimated. The data are poorly collected, and there's not enough analysis. So those are clearly underestimates, and even with that, they are huge. And it's not only people, it's ecosystems and wildlife and the food supply. It exacerbates things too, so there's the direct effect, but I'm not going to go into each one of these. I just want you to think about heat on top of other things, heat and air quality. We already have poor air quality in so many places around the world. WHO has already said it kills more people than anything else, and if you add heat on top of that, it's even worse. Food systems, food security, even civil unrest, it can be destabilizing to economies and help seed unrest and migration. And then I don't want to underestimate the mental health and the physical impacts of heat on health. And the last one is the humanitarian and disaster response, which we were talking about a little bit too. The workers, the situation in which people are staying in temporary, they're already stressed. If you have a heat wave on top of that, it's even worse. We have seen all of these things happen, and it's only going to continue to happen in the future. The thing is, heat's less overlooked than it used to be because you all just experienced heat. So we are becoming more aware, but it's still often overlooked because the impacts are underestimated or hard to quantify. There's also a governance issue. It falls between the cracks of governance, and it falls between the cracks of activities at all levels of government. It's a bit of this person's mission, it's a bit of this project here, it's this big plan over here and this big program here, but it's not really well coordinated almost anywhere yet. We're getting there though. You'll see by the end of this, we'll definitely have made some very good strides on that. It often affects marginalized groups that have a hard time standing up for themselves or being noticed. And then the other one is that there is human nature, which those of you who deal with disasters know, sometimes it's easier to just wait and deal with the activity instead of plan and be proactive, and we want to change our collective culture on that one here. And then the last one is the fragmented. As I said earlier, it's fragmented in terms of governance, it's fragmented in terms of the resources and the capacities that exist. There are pockets of tools and people and resources and knowledge, a lot of places, but they are not yet all pulled together into a cohesive way that allows us to move forward faster together. And on top of that, so we have climate, we have heat, we have fragmented, a lot of capacity, but fragmented capacity, and then we have increasing populations going into urban environments. And basically this slide says we have a higher heat risk in areas that have a lower GDP and more people moving into the cities in the future. So what I'm about to go into is partly why a focus on urban is not to say that that is the only thing we should care about for heat, but when we're going for impact in a lot of people, this is why we're focusing on the urban, and I'm about to get into that. So this is what we can do, and this is the incubator project. Thank you to the GEO Secretariat for hearing the members say we would like to have a slightly different approach and putting somebody in the GEO Secretariat to help organize and pull together the different pieces of the GEO programs of all the other agencies, institutions. That coordination function and focus has been very helpful. Our vision is to actually co-design a service that will provide every urban area in the world data and knowledge on the health risks from exposure to extreme heat and help provide them the solutions, help them find or empower them to find the solutions to do something about it. We don't want to just map and give them the information, we want to empower them to act. So this global heat resilience service has 3 major components. And this is why we're so pleased to have the WMO partnership as well. Part of it is about the seasonal forecast, the climate prediction. Getting the seasonal forecast for heat in and of itself is still quite a challenge, but that is a part of it, and we'll be working with WMO to institutionalize that and the role of Met services, but there's a lot of other capacity out there. This builds on some of the science in the group on Earth Ob's health community practice. I lead that. We've got some great science and tools there. Copernicus just launched their heat hub today. I mean, there are pieces of information that are around that we can use while we are building the institutional capacity that we need in our Met services. The second piece is really getting down to that local level, and it also gets to some of the youth and engagement part. It's making sure that cities understand their heat risk. In the United States, the National Integrated Heat Health Information System that I lead, we've done a lot of urban heat mapping in a very simple way. There are many, many ways to do urban heat mapping, and ours is a very straightforward, you go for one day and people go out into the streets and do their mapping. I'll show you a picture in a minute, but it's a very engaging activity. And we want to make sure that cities around the world who haven't done that yet understand their risk and their vulnerability, and it helps them make decisions about where to plant trees or which populations to help first, how to invest their limited resources. And then the other part of this is there will be a youth challenge or 2 or 3. We absolutely will be engaging youth as a part of this, and at least a challenge as a part of the urban heat campaigns. And we're also looking at something on the science and technology side, and maybe getting them to engage in the development of wearable sensors or some more science and tech kind of things as well. So this is what the community mapping looks like, and I wanted to show you because some of you had a chance to be a part of it, and it's not the only way one can do an urban heat map, but it is a very low cost, very engaging way to get people involved. Now, we don't limit it to youth, but it's a great opportunity. You can get your mayor, your city official, your whoever it is up on the step saying, this is what we're doing to help protect our people from heat. And people just get really engaged, and they're also very vested in the outcome. And the bottom picture there is a urban campaign we ran in Freetown, Sierra Leone last year. So here's where we are in the process. We conceived this idea, we being WMO, GEO, and NOAA, and in the role of the National Integrated Heat Health Information System. That is a demonstrated method that works, so it's based a lot on those pieces. We had a discussion with the UN GGIM about launching this, so we officially launched the concept there and got some feedback. We have been fortunate to have partners not only in the interagency and intergovernmental space, but Esri has stepped up to help us with a survey tool, which we're going to ask you to do in just a minute. So we've launched a survey, and we're doing a scoping workshop next week, actually. And then I think you've heard a couple times that we'll be demonstrating the story map and this concept at COP. And then we'll be doing our convening and design workshops over 2024 so that we are ready for a full formal launch in 25. So this is the story map. This is the survey. So where we have right now with the dots you see are people that have actually responded already. This is one thing you don't usually have a speaker say is get your phones out. Please get your phones out. You're going to need them in just a second if this goes well. There should be a QR code coming up here. There you go. If you take a picture of that QR code, please fill out the survey. We're going to have the survey at COP. We're going to have it everywhere we can. Send it to your friends, send it to your colleagues. The intention is to really gather the evidence from communities and practitioners about their experience with heat, what kind of action plans they have. It's very short. It will take you less than 5 minutes, I promise. And with that, I will just say thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And indeed, there will be an opportunity for interventions, questions, and any area of clarification that you really would like the panelists to look into. That opportunity will be made available. But I think let's segue into this now. It ties in nicely to the next segment, where our three panelists will provide their own reflections of their personal experiences of the importance of addressing heat-related risks. That's at national, at local, at regional, and global levels as well. And importantly, our panelists will offer some insight into the role of data in advancing our knowledge of heat-related or heat health risks and potential solutions to preparing for and preventing these risks for the most vulnerable. So let's start here at home. They say charity begins at home. Let's start right here in Cape Town and look at the local perspective offered by Deputy Mayor Andrews. Let's speak a little bit about the impact that the city has experienced in terms of extreme heat.
Thank you so much. I think I heard that Johan was speaking about collaboration, and you also spoke about appreciating the data and understanding the heat maps. But I think it's important to start by saying that we need to recognize there's a shared future. And both interested and affected stakeholders and also us as responsible stakeholders need to be a part of that solution. And I think it's a very important departure point. But if you look at Cape Town and the impact that we've seen, the fact that we realize we've got to do more for each one of our citizens, we're asking the question, how can we help? And what we've seen over the past period in the city of Cape Town, the impact it has on our most vulnerable's health. I think those with underlying health conditions, also our children, particularly those communities that would be ranked quite high in our social vulnerable index. And what can we do there? Because definitely it has an impact on our citizens' health. Also infrastructure. I think when you have these heat waves, we had our, I think in 2015 in the city of Cape Town, Atlantis, 43.1 degrees, the most warmest day in the city ever, about 8 years ago, happened out in Atlantis. And so the impact on infrastructure as well. Not everyone has access to a room that's naturally cooled, and so you would need additional energy to, of course, cool yourself down. We don't support that necessarily. We know that it's happening in terms of air conditioning. So that's also happening. And then, of course, the economy, the impact it has on the economy. And lastly, the environment. I think if you don't do your, looking at the environment, your fire breaks, what needs to be done, and how you can further reduce the wildfires, all of that. So it's health, infrastructure, the economy, and the environment. Just this morning, I heard on the radio a lot less wine was consumed in the city or in the country last year,
probably because of the impact of heat as well, you would argue. Not sure if there are any farmers in the room here today, but I haven't read the entire report, but there's definite impact. But we recognize the impact as the City of Cape Town.
Absolutely. And I think before you pass that microphone, you touched on something that is quite important to take note of and to stress, and that's the impact on the most vulnerable. Those who are affluent or those who are in a better socioeconomic condition are able to stave off some of those effects to a certain extent. You know, you speak about your air conditioning, you speak about, disposable income to purchase things that would make life a little bit easier for you. But those who are on the outskirts, who are on the periphery, those who are the poorest of the poor can ill afford what we're talking about now. So I think it's very important that we take a look at that. But equally, I would then like to know, what is the city doing to mitigate those risks that you just alluded to?
I think, again, to highlight the point that we recognize those risks, and then what plan, what strategy, so to adopt an action plan to remedy that. We heard our previous speaker speak about early warning detection systems as well, so that is utmost important from our side. We're also looking at, we spoke about those most vulnerable communities. What can we do into greening our open spaces, particularly our schools in the most vulnerable? We know that in parts of Cape Town, those communities were created under apartheid, and of course they don't have the necessary greening public open spaces there. So that's what we've got to do, and of course we've planted hundreds and thousands of trees. But I think communication, I think for just continuous education and awareness, informing our constituents, this is the impact. It is not nice just to be, when you go to bathe, and you go without having your sunblock on there, and you come red, back home. I mean, my kids used to do it, and so until we had to remind them, you may not see it now, but when you're older, you may feel the impact. So education and awareness, investing in green infrastructure, and also health and looking at the health aspects in terms of what do we need to do at our hospitals, at our clinics, and how we're using those data sets to make informed decisions. But just generally to have the will to respond.
Sure, making informed decisions. Thank you very much for that. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think it's, again, very fascinating to hear your perspectives on how to protect the health of urban populations, including, as I said earlier, the most vulnerable. So let's turn our attention now to something that you also alluded to, those collaborations, partnerships, working together in order to overcome. We're going to expand a bit more and hear about other local perspectives as well as regional perspectives from Jessica now, the head of implementation for Africa at C40 Cities. That's an organization working with nearly 100 cities worldwide, including Cape Town, to support local climate actions and build healthy, equitable, and resilient communities. Jessica, maybe speak to us a little bit about how C40 has been supporting cities like Cape Town to better understand extreme heat risks and scale up their climate action.
Sure. Thanks, Anda. In your introduction, you said it. C40 is like a leadership group of mayors that are really driving climate action. And so one of the core things we do is we bring these leading mayors together under networks. And currently we have our Cool Cities network, which is just on heat, just to chat about what that city is doing, sharing best practice, learning from each other, asking us what resources they need to help them with support. So that's probably the main way. But also, most of our cities have climate action plans. And it was in the development of those plans that robust and evidence data of heat came in to help set those targets. And so C40 is really using those plans, working with the mayors to move from planning to implementation. We really want to see on-the-ground change. And one of the ways we do that is through finance. We know many cities in Africa struggle with access to finance. And so we have set up some funds that through robust competitive processes, cities can access. The city of Barcelona at the moment has just got some funding to work with caregivers in homes to see how those institutions and those homes are being impacted by heat. The city of Vancouver is running a pilot around disability, people with disabilities, and things like how heat can impact them, and then things like ice vests and how that will support various people with disabilities. We also do multi-level governance. multi-level governance is absolutely critical, working between cities and national government, not only to leverage those funds, but also to work collaboratively so that the cities are empowered to be able to implement the national government regulations, because that's often a challenge, particularly in Africa.
I think it's so important. Iron sharpening iron. So your perspective, your experience might be helpful in my city, and by coming together, we're able to find solutions that might work for the greater good. Thank you very much for that. It sounds like a great challenge that is what you're facing. What would you say are the biggest constraints, I guess, and some of the opportunities on the flip side in making cities more resilient to heat? So some of the constraints, but also areas that may be opportunities.
Sure. So one of the first constraints is data, and I think that's why most of us are here. So it's data for things like loss of urban natural assets and how that really is impacting the urban heat island effect. It's data around how can we make the case for green infrastructure over grey infrastructure, really understanding the health impacts of heat. The reality is that thousands of people are dying in cities from heat, but we just don't know that actual number, and we can't attribute the actual cause because it's so complicated to figure out. And then a huge challenge linked with data is keeping it up to date. Our cities often don't have the infrastructure and the systems to develop a baseline and then build on that and then report on that effectively. So on the data kind of challenge, there is a lot of data out there, but what we really need support with, or cities struggle with, is then using that data to make the case. How do we actually make the case that we need to prioritize heat? But then on the flip side, I have two more challenges, Another challenge is land use planning and land use change. Huge amount of urbanization is happening in African cities. A city like Dar es Salaam, it was 72% migration rate last year. And so a huge amount of areas and cities are becoming informal, which we know are extremely vulnerable to heat. And not only that, the natural asset base is being removed as people move into cities. So that's a huge challenge. And then competing city priorities. There's so many problems and challenges coming at cities. But quickly, with the time I have left, to change to opportunities, I think heat maps are easy and they're extremely valuable in cities. So that is a great opportunity. The beauty of addressing heat is it's not as complicated technically and financially as other risks, like flooding, which really requires huge investment in infrastructure. There are solutions for heat that can be embedded into policies and plans and budgets. It's about shade planning, it's about tree planting. So it's a lot easier to kind of tackle. It's not that technologically struggling. And then a huge opportunity, which C40 does, is the collaboration. South-South collaboration, learning, and then also North-South collaboration.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. I think, Jessica, thank you so much for highlighting those experiences of African cities, some of which have still a long way to go, as you've said, in terms of addressing these issues. They have a long way to go in their journey to becoming more resilient to extreme heat, as you have highlighted. We take note of the urgent need for data, as you have stressed, information and insight to support the local policy making and implementation. You know, there's a saying that says knowledge is power, and while that is correct, I think the correct application of that knowledge is even more powerful, because knowledge in and of itself can do very little unless or until we apply it. So I think maybe let's bring you in right at that point, Lennox. How does your experience within the government of Belize compare with that of maybe Jessica's, that of Eddie's, when it comes to this topic of conversation? Does Belize have a heat problem?
Well, definitely. I'm from the Caribbean, right? We used to love the heat, but sometimes it becomes unbearable given the nature of things. We do take into consideration that as state, what are some of the things that we need to do? And I think it's probably as a result of the work that Jessica and her team, they're doing, that level of awareness, especially for the municipalities, for the urban areas. We're seeing more and more local governments taking part, elaborating, trying to, from their own vantage point. I had a discussion with one of them fairly recently, and it was quite upfront, quite candid. He said, I know you're in this field, but please don't plan for me without me, right? And that was something that really hit home, because oftentimes as state actors, we take for granted the knowledge that goes both ways, that local and indigenous knowledge that can help us push forward some of these initiatives. So the work that the Deputy Mayor mentioned is ideally the path that we're trying to take. We're trying to ensure that governance structure is in place, and governance structure that goes beyond state, because NGOs, CSOs, they are doing a lot on the ground along the lines of mitigating the impacts of the heat stress. So that governance structure is important. Cross-sectoral, it is important because only by doing both the top-down and the bottom-up approach can we actually, try our best to be one of the leading countries as Cape Town did in Africa.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much. I think on that point, let me allow you to put on your other hat now, and let's speak to you from a different perspective. When wearing the hat that is much ado about the UNFCCC, let's talk a little bit about whether or not extreme heat discussions at the UNFCCC really speak to the climate negotiations. Is data and technology key in unlocking financing and innovation there?
It is. I know you've heard the mantra from the SIDS, also from the group of Latin American, Caribbean countries, that 1.5 to stay alive. That is still there. We still try to strive for that. We still try to aspire for that. At a COP27 decision under the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan highlights the need for early warning systems. It takes into consideration as well as systematic observation. So, and endorse the Early Warning for All initiative. It is trying to, of course, capture, and along the Sustainable Development Goals, we say we don't want anyone to be left behind. So the appetite is there. At the negotiations level, we are trying to also incorporate the impacts of heat and how to mitigate that, also along the lines of look at the global goal for adaptation. We have constituted bodies, for example, the one that I represent, the Technology Executive Committee. We do discuss, and the partnership with GEO in this initiative, Early Warning for All, we hope to develop a knowledge product that highlights some of the gaps in the sense of some of the financial gaps, some of the existing gaps as it relates to data, because climate change, disaster risk management is something science-based, evidence-based, and in the absence of that, you cannot make informed decisions. So from the negotiation standpoint, from the Secretariat standpoint, the appetite is there, even when you were trying to look at loss and damage, which is something very important for those most vulnerable. We're trying to push the initiative. We're trying to keep this sustained and alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's very encouraging. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. Lennox, thank you so much for highlighting GEO UNFCCC tech collaboration while explaining, of course, the extreme heat and early warnings with solid risk knowledge and how they've been hotly debated and recognized as priorities. It's what we want, those robust discussions. It is great to hear about how partnerships with cities are encouraged to respond to the needs and vulnerabilities of people that are living in urban settings. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's an opportunity to hear from you in your context and your intervention. Please do raise your flag should you want to make mention of a particular issue that you would like highlighted, or perhaps an experience that you have. Now is your opportunity to do so. Yes, we'd like to turn to the audience to hear from them now as GEO looks to develop that global heat resilience service. What are some of your interests? What are some of your areas where you'd like to give input, perhaps advice even, based on your context, based on your experience as a GEO member, as a participating organization, associate or GEO work program activities? Please do take the opportunities to have your say and let us know what you think before we go back to the panelists for their input and further discussion. So yes, please, if you do have something that is on your mind that you would like to speak to, you are more than welcome to raise the flag. But as we gather that information, Johan, I see you're raising a pen, just listening to some of the experiences from the panelists who have shared the stage with you. What thoughts come to mind hearing some of their inputs and contribution? There we go. Yes,
Cambodia is the one of the 30 initial countries of the early warning for all implementation project. As the Cambodia GEO principal and a key representative of the National Institute of Statistics, Ministry of Planning, I have attended the first launching the early warning for all seminar on 4th to 5th October 2023 in Cambodia. As the GEO look to develop the global health resilient service, I think it is a very crucial tool for the disaster knowledge, and it is useful for community to get knowledge related to the disaster. The National Institute of Statistics, Ministry of Planning has collected data for the socio-economic data, for primary data from the census and survey, and secondary data from the line ministry producing. The National Institute, the National Statistics is the crucial disaster risk knowledge. The statistical data collected by the National Institute of Statistics, Ministry of Planning will be integrated or combined with the Earth observation data for stakeholders, and it is also useful for the sustainable development goal monitoring as well. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Cambodia, for seizing the moment, carpe diem. That's what we like to see, taking initiative indeed. Johan, I'm going to ask you to hold that thought, because we do have contribution also coming from Ecuador, Uganda, United Kingdom, Ghana, US, Greece, EC, as well as China. So we're going to perhaps take some of those interventions, and then we'll circle back to you. So don't forget about it. Make sure you take notes. All right, let's hear from Ecuador, please. The floor is yours.
Yeah, pleased to meet you all. My name is Virgilio Benavides from the Risk Management Secretary at Ecuador. I want to, regarding the early warning for all initiative from the Nations, that is benefiting Ecuador as one of the 31st countries to be intervened. We have several heat waves already in my country with just 3 or 4 days of high temperatures. But these early warnings that we receive, they have to reach the last mile. Regarding that, we have an early warning multi-hazard system that has been developing since the last couple of years, and it has not included the heat wave yet. But we've been working with local governments and academia to get, including GEO and the capacity building groups from GEO to get together studies and make sure that the last mile in these communities can be covered. One of the principal difficulties is getting the people to be able to get this information on the right way and interpret it the right way. So that will be one of the objectives from this administration in Ecuador, to make sure that the people are the ones who are benefited on the best way. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated, Ecuador. Shall we go to Uganda up next?
Thank you very much. My name is Timothy Lubanga, the Uganda GEO Principal. I am a commissioner in the Office of the Prime Minister, responsible for disaster preparedness and management. And as a country, we have a long history and experience in working in the area of early warning for all initiative, considering that we live in the Great Lakes region where there are so many environmental risks. That's why Uganda was amongst the first out of 30 countries that committed to be working in this area, and we are really happy to be front runners in this area. Being at the equator and neighboring the Horn of Africa, we have serious concerns with severe drought in the north and northeast of the country, leading to regular crop failure and associated challenges. We have also experienced a high prevalence of malaria, especially in the urban areas in the recent years, and other health concerns due to, of course, increases in temperatures. We therefore commit to invest in interventions like restoring our tree cover. We have a very serious level of reduction of tree and plant cover, and we are committed to restoring that. Also supporting protection of wetlands and interventions to promote irrigation. And finally, we look forward to cooperating with this new initiative in terms of taking advantage of science-informed information to support urban communities to deal with the heat crisis. I thank you very much. It's my first time, and it's an honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the United Kingdom now.
Thank you. We welcome the approach taken by the GEO Secretariat to convene this global partnership to start to understand the scale of the challenge and identify opportunities where Earth observation data can provide insights to support the development of adaptation and mitigation solutions. In the UK, we've got strong investment from academia, private and public sectors in work to understand the impact of extreme heat in the UK. Recently, the National Centre for Earth Observation and Ordnance Survey, supported by the UK Space Agency and the National Environment Research Council, have been working on a project to use satellite data to monitor and map heat in locations at greater risk. This kind of data could be used to provide insights to policymakers to manage the impacts of climate change in hotspots across the UK and beyond. On their own, Earth observations are helpful, but we can add context through overlaying data from other sources, such as foundational geospatial data. We can add context and help protect the most vulnerable communities, infrastructure, and environment. The UK is currently assessing how we can contribute to the GEO Global Heat Resilience Service, and we're very keen to see how this concept develops over the coming months. We'd be very happy to share insights from our own projects as they reach maturity, for example, in the UK Earth Observation Climate Information Service. Thank you.
Thank you. Ghana, the floor is yours. Yes, please, a round of applause for United Kingdom before we go to Ghana. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir, Ghana. Oh, there you go, you're getting your mic. I know you can project, but I'm not sure if everybody will be able to hear, so maybe if you, that's a better solution, perhaps look to the neighbor. We have been speaking about collaboration and partnerships, so here's a practical demonstration.
Yes, collaboration with Greece.
Thank you, Greece.
Because it just means heat does not know countries.
Yeah.
So one thing, collaboration, very key. And that is a collaboration we are doing here. And I just want to mention that in order for us to do this, please not let us forget about the importance of the early warning for all, the need for institute data, very critical. In fact, for the continent of Africa, this is one of our major challenges. And I'm happy WMO is here. We need to find the resource mobilization effort to ensure that national mechanisms have the weather station in order to be able to do that. And for us to be able to also address the issue of heat waves, we must communicate to our government to understand that heat service is not a political issue, it's about survival issue, because it is linked to our health. And you can see from West Africa's point of view that most of the suburbs are automatically changing into big cities. We need to think about how to do that. And Ghana, that is hosting the Africa Free Trade Zone, we are going to expand, and Ghana welcomes the idea, and we are happy to participate in this particular program to see how we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you. Let's go to the US now. That happens to be our co-chair, US. You're also going to Greece.
We are becoming a hub.
I see that.
An honorary co-chair. Thank you. The United States welcomes the development of the Global Heat Resilience Service. This is obviously a major issue and a health risk for millions of people around the world as we deal with the impacts of a changing and warming climate. We're especially pleased to see the collaboration of this development of this service with our colleagues at WMO. This is the kind of joint initiative that best leverages expertise from multiple partners and showcases GEO's value as a convener of transdisciplinary communities to achieve results. The United States also appreciates the Global Heat Resilience Service's leveraging of existing efforts and building upon those efforts. Inspiration for this service has been drawn from the work of the Global Heat Health Information Network and the National Integrated Heat Health Information System, NIHIS, managed by the world-famous Julie Turton at NOAA in the United States. We encourage GEO to continue building the relationship and the partnership involved in the Global Heat Resilience Service to leverage the expertise across government, academic, and private sectors, and to develop applications that are applicable to users at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, US. Perhaps we can remain with Greece since you have monopolized the microphone there. It started a communication hub, Greece.
Yeah, this is Greece calling from the voice center of the room. So, Greece would like to emphasize the timeliness of an action to improve access to data and information to confront heat-related stresses in cities. It is an issue that in the past has resulted in many deaths and still does, and it is proven that increasing preparedness is the way to also increase resilience, especially as we feel in a dramatically accelerating pace the impact of the climate crisis. And for example, in Greece, we had huge wildfires just after the heat waves this very summer. It is also, especially if we are not confining ourselves to the hazard mapping, but we also include vulnerability, as here is the case. This is actually a first step to materialize the transformational program that we are seeking for in GEO in the ways to combine Earth observation with other types of information such as socio-ecological, socio-economy data. So we hope that the way that this global heat resilience service will evolve in a fully inclusive manner will allow the GEO community to showcase its capacities in helping cities survive from heat and other urban pressures that we are really facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. European Commission is coming up next, another one of our co-chairs.
Thank you. The European Commission would like to indicate its appreciation of these efforts to propose a service on global heat resilience. I have a couple of points to make. Since there is quite an active and knowledgeable diversity of platforms and systems identifying areas at risk in cities already in existence, we would strongly recommend that there is an active engagement with these services and platforms, and also to build on them, to build on their expertise and also output.
Secondly, we would also like to emphasize the importance of the full engagement of the existing GEO work program activities or working groups having a long experience and knowledge, like, for example, the GEO Health Community of Practice, the GEO Human Planet, and the Global Urban Conservation and Information Initiatives. I would like to conclude by referring again to the official launch today at the occasion of the European Space Week in Seville of the Copernicus Health Hub, which has already been mentioned. This is the link between basically Earth observation, environmental information and health, and certainly also a source of knowledge and expertise. And also the Global Heat Resilience Service should look at. Because of this, we would strongly recommend that there is a very active synergy with the projects and also the initiatives which have already been mentioned and are already established. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make note of the following. We have recognized your flags, China, India, Nigeria, Cameroon, as well as participating organization ESRI. We are attending to you now. So China, you can take it away.
Thank you. We agree with the excellent innovations made by the delegates on GEO's role as a partner in supporting the early warnings for all initiative. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres sent a warning about global warming by using a new term, the era of global warming, when he made a statement on 27th July this year about the record high global temperature. China Meteorological Administration and the WMO are working together to support this initiative through efforts in integrated observation, disaster risk reduction, and related areas. China has formed a Chinese model of government-led, warning-triggered, cross-department coordination and public participation meteorological early warnings in the light of China's national condition after many years of practice. One of the world's largest integrated meteorological observation systems has been set up at present, with 9 Fengyun meteorological satellites in orbit, providing data services for 129 countries and regions, and more than 60,000 ground-based meteorological observation stations being fully automated to achieve rapid tracking meteorological hazards within China. China has established a seamless and sophisticated operational system for forecasting and early warning reading from minute to the century scale, which is capable of providing real-time early warnings of 14 major meteorological disasters. China has built a national emergency early warning information release system to ensure accurate and authoritative release of early warning information. The system links the platform at the national, provincial, and municipal levels and terminals at the county level. China has established an emergency response mechanism triggered by warning to translate meteorological disaster warning into practical actions for disaster prevention. Looking ahead, China will continue to support early warning for all initiatives in various ways, such as sharing China's practices and experience in early warnings to developing countries, especially for the early warnings on heat waves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GEO co-chair China. Let's go to India. Round of applause for China, indeed. Thanks so much. Also one of South Africa's BRICS partners, and from one BRICS partner to another. Let's go to India.
It is always, we get adverse impact of the urban heat island. One of my suggestions is that we should ban the construction of the high-rise buildings, because it is, or we can ban the AC in the buildings, because we are heating the atmosphere from the ground to the top of the sky. Okay. And another thing is, I would like that I have seen in Spain, there is a village and all the roofs are white painted. Can we do that? And there is the advantage of the heat island, because when there is a heat island, there is the cloud hole. So that can be really advantage. There is no fog at the center of the heat island. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's getting to the end of the day, but let's keep the momentum and the hand clap, and the interventions really are worth a round of applause. So thank you very much for that. We have Nigeria and Cameroon. We also have Esri, the last three of the interventions. So let's hear it now from Nigeria. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Global Heat Resilience Service is an initiative that has come of age at the right time. I've led a research team on urban heat islands, and quite amazing, the awareness of the danger for heat island or heat in our urban centers is not well appreciated in our country. So this initiative is coming at the right time. The advice I would like to give is we need to integrate the local actors through stakeholders mapping so that at local level or national level we can make contribution. And in addition, we like the platform like this to promote within the government community to buy into what we are really doing here, because some of the researches that we are doing, it doesn't really get into policy formulation. And one of the ways in which we can do such is by organizing workshops, and we believe that WMO can take a good lead in partnership with UN Habitat. We hopefully think that this will really help in achieving global heat resilience for the entire world. Thank you.
And a big thank you to you. Thank you very much. Let's stay on the African continent and go to Cameroon next.
Thank you very much. I'm Zutem Isabella. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Observatory on Climate Change in Cameroon. In fact, we have been playing a lot with the heat wave information, and my brother from Ghana already talked about the inclusion of institute data, because it's becoming a big problem from my experience at national level, that the information we get when it's global data usually is so cumbersome and it's not very specific. So if we are able to develop a policy where national data should be included or institute data be included, then I think it will be better, so that I don't say, for example, there will be some heat wave in the far north region of Cameroon. I should be able to say that Marwa will be experiencing heat wave, because once you put it at a very large scale, that is the regional scale, the main population doesn't face this, or the particular area was not cited. It is highly criticized at national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A hand clap for Cameroon, please. Our last intervention will come from Esri.
Yes, thank you. First, Esri supports the goal of early warning for all, and we're currently working to aggregate over 200 separate CAP alerting feeds into a unified, freely available open map service of existing global alerts. This will enable everyone to have near real-time access to a single view of existing alerts around the world. Specific to heat challenge, we will continue to work with the GEO heat resilience team to co-design tools and workflows to help cities around the world create their own urban heat maps and use those heat risk maps to prioritize and design the most effective localized heat interventions to minimize the negative impacts of heat on their communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause not only for Esri, but for the entire interventions. They've been incredibly thought-provoking. They have been impactful, I believe. Johan and Julie, I'm going to give you an opportunity just to reflect on those contributions and maybe even one or two things that you really thought about as you were listening in.
Thank you, Ayanda. I think my comments will probably address Cambodia's comments, those of Ghana, Cameroon, Nigeria, most of our African friends. So I'm going to go half a step back before I get to the nuts and bolts of early warnings for all. Members, capital M, sitting here today, most of you are member states and members of the World Meteorological Organization. Your permanent representative did sign and approve at the Extraordinary Congress of the World Meteorological Organization in 2021, 3 resolutions. The third one was the Global Basic Observing Network, which says that we've got to have observing networks spaced equally over the globe by X amount of kilometers for automatic weather stations and radars and upper air systems. Resolution number 2, especially with regards to addressing Ghana and Cameroon. It's a Sustainable Observation Finance Facility. You've also mentioned it a little bit earlier, which was mentioned at COP last year. This is actually to address the GBON needs. And member states are helping us, providing those funds in the trust fund so that we can install instrumentation in those countries who are at need. But the most important resolution, Resolution 1. As you know, most UN agencies we talk about maybe, could, should. Resolution 1 says, you shall share core data, which is hydrometeorological related information. And if you're not sharing the data, you're not adhering to Resolution 1 of the Extraordinary Congress. We've heard we need data. For us to be able to provide effective early warning services, we need to be able to share that data with member states, with one another sitting in this room today. I've just said earlier to Julie that the Congress this year approved the implementation of the cataloging of hazardous events. This will provide you more data on heat waves, because we cannot do those catalog alone from National Meteorological and Hydrological Services. We do that with the National Disaster Management Center or the Disaster Management Agency in that country. Ladies and gentlemen, we've often heard about collaboration. That's key. There's no question about it. But let me also underline the following, which I'm making sure every time I walk in a meeting when we look at the global implementation plan. And that is that we do not duplicate. There's no time to duplicate as there's no sufficient funds to do that. We've got to make sure that the investors are happy, and we keep them happy by showing them we are not duplicating what we've already done in certain countries or in the past. With that, I thank you and looking forward to future collaboration with all of you. I thank you.
Thank you very much. My goodness, absolutely. So data and the sharing thereof is not a nice to have, it's a must have. It's not a nice thing to do, it's the right thing to do. I think it is a human rights issue, so a hand clap on that one, absolutely important. Thank you. It's not an act of kindness or benevolence, it is a human rights issue. Julie, before I give you the last word, I believe we have one more intervention that was overlooked, but it's absolutely important for us to make note of. I don't want GN to leave this plenary without having voiced their contribution and their intervention. So let me give the floor to them just momentarily, and then I'm going to ask you to close for us.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate you letting me have the intervention. My name is Chris Atherton. I'm the representative from Giant. Giant is a European not-for-profit provider of communications infrastructure for the research and education community. We connect European national research and education networks together and connect Europe to the rest of the world. Research and education infrastructures such as the GEO network, Red Clara from Latin America, Ubuntunet Alliance, who's recently just joined us at this plenary, and WACRAN and others serve not just as platforms to be built upon to foster scientific and educational growth, not even sustainable access to Earth observation data. We are a global community which is here to support GEO and the GEO community. Our communications cables, which lay at the bottom of the oceans, are also a source of in situ data, in situ Earth observation data. We now have the technology to turn those cables into sensors to detect things like earthquakes and tsunamis in the deep ocean without impacting on the operation of the telecoms traffic itself. Internet traffic, which supports all of our economies. Through the recently funded EU Horizon Europe project called Submerse, GEONT and its partners from academia and NRENs are exploring how to scale the rollout of this technology to make that data available to the world. We're working towards making this data available for early warning for coastal communities specifically, implementing technologies on our network to really listen to the Earth. GEONT will be exploring technologies which can contribute further to the aims and ambitions of the GEO community, and we're willing and ready to collaborate with any GEO partners or tasks. GEONT welcomes the creation of the Global Heat Resilience Service and the challenge of gathering heat data from in situ sensors in the seas and the deep ocean, and other early warning data from the cables which we operate. We'll be investigating the means of making that data available to the GEO community as well. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much. Thank you, Julie. Round of applause. Yes, absolutely. There you have it.
All right. Well, Johan, thank you for addressing the data issue, and I will just second that. I'm going to start with a few responses, very short, and then a couple of comments. But I also can't say enough about the need for the in situ and ground observations, even if what we do is end up using satellite data to help cover the areas in the parts of the world where we do not have enough data and just won't. We still need the in situ data to be able to validate the satellites. A satellite in and of itself isn't necessarily sufficient, at least not just yet. So it does take both. And in that context of both, it takes co-development of almost every product and tool. So I want to say that we are really at an amazing time. I appreciate everybody's comments, the European Union talking about making sure we are connecting with the existing activities. We actually are the GeoHealth community of practice that got started there, so some of them we're connecting to. And this is true for all of you as we are moving forward. If you feel that you would like to make sure we're connected with something in your country, please let us know so that we are aware and we can do that. And I guess just stepping back out a little bit, the reason we're doing this, and the time is absolutely right, not just because of what I said in the talk, but the early warnings for all. Heat is one of the hazards that we must address anyway. So this is very well positioned to help address that. GEO is exceptionally well positioned to help pull all this together. Heat is inherently both a global issue and a very local issue. And it's a tough challenge because you have to work locally. The solutions are mostly local. But sometimes you need global data to fill the gaps, to know what's coming, to give ourselves enough lead time. And finding that balance is not necessarily straightforward. And it will take, a commitment of people and resources at multiple levels to do this. But heat is also inherently an equity issue. Heat itself doesn't matter, but the impact of it and what we do about it is an equity issue. And we can help those who are really suffering in ways that they might not be able to help themselves in enough time, and we can help build them up and build their capacity in cities, in countries, in Met services, in other institutions around the world. There is a huge capacity building piece to this. So I guess in the end, I want to say that it is a huge opportunity for GEO, for WMO, for the communities of practice and those already involved in GEO for us to take a leadership and a coordination role. It is, as our colleague from, I believe, Ghana said, it's not an option, it is a matter of survival. And it will take commitment of political will and finances and institutional commitment at all levels. But if we do this and we do this well, it will help protect the planet and the people. And we can be proud of that.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. And thank you to my panelists as well. We're fast run out of time, but let me remind you as I close this session, ladies and gentlemen, the Global Heat Resilience Service is a project through which the GEO community and partners will come together to respond to the global, regional, national, and local policy needs. The service also provides an opportunity for GEO's Earth observation experts to, as Julie said, co-design and co-develop heat resilience data, solutions, and services resulting in Earth intelligence with local governments, key partner organizations, local communities in order to understand heat risks and to take action to protect the most vulnerable. That's also something that really was a thread that ran through everybody's contribution. So if you are interested in being a part of it, I know the gentleman from GEANT also said he's here, he's willing to collaborate. If you too are of the view that you would like to participate, please do then contribute to the project, and by doing so, you can speak to the GEO Secretariat coordinators, Rui Kotani and Martin Clark. Smile and wave, raise your hands. There you are, there you are. So definitely these are the people that you need to speak to should you want to participate further. That brings to a close this session and also this day. We will see each other, if not bright and early, tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp for the GEO achievements and conversations that will further extend what we started today. Then we will definitely see you this evening for the gala dinner. So if it will be this evening, we'll see you later. But if it is tomorrow, then we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. And remember, if you are interested in seeing the highlights of today's discussion, you'll find them on the IISD webpage. I believe there's also a QR code that you can, there it is, popping up on the screens, if you'd like to just catch up on some of the proceedings for today and also fill in some information that you may have missed out on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for an informative, engaging session that we had. It's been an absolutely amazing plenary. Thank you very much to you. We'll see you again soon. And thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.